Alright. I guess we're back. So, last time out, we won. With a bit of luck, I guess. And some tactical adaptations. The Cup game. The second round of the Welsh Cup. So, hopefully the board will be happy with that. There should be... Here we are. Yeah, they are slightly happy with that. And we won that game despite Andy Rooney being sent off pretty much immediately. He came on to play for a few minutes and was sent off, yeah, more or less immediately. That was quite funny. I think we can look here. Let's see. Okay, so he had 10 minutes on the pitch. I guess that counts as a few minutes. So now it's back to, you know, the regular business. League game against Cefn Cribwr BC. Not sure how to pronounce that. Okay, so Rooney will definitely not be on the bench. Neither will he be on the pitch. That's for sure. Otherwise, I guess we can be happy with what they did. So let's immediately see what we'll face next time out. We will face a club that apparently fields a certain Mr. Barker. Who pushes a bit forward, so we would need to go down the left. Down our left, on their right defensive side if we can help it. Yeah, there's not that much knowledge though of these clubs, so we definitely need to find out about them. And I think it's probably not a bad idea to get a team report immediately. That said, I'm not sure if that team reporting includes player attributes. In fact, we can probably have a look. We'll do it like this. I will take a screenshot of this player, just for fun. And keep this. And I just want to experiment. Let's do a full team report on them. By, I don't know, Jordan Garrison, doesn't matter. And we will see if the attribute ranges change, or if we get new know-how due to that. If we don't, this is just a report from a tactical perspective. Then we will need to do something else. I don't know, maybe repeated scouting of our own league or something like this. Which wouldn't be a bad idea, I think. In fact, we can include that too, but I do not want to falsify this for this time out. So yeah, we'll wait for whenever the scouting report kicks in, and afterwards we can set up a specific instruction to go with regular scouting within our own league. Well, both probably, the south one as well as the north one. And hopefully that gives more scouting knowledge, however we pull it off. We tried him as a poacher last time out. His passing was good, even though he didn't score. Does he really count as unhappy due to the fine? Seriously. Yeah. He is seriously unhappy due to being fined 1 day. Whatever that means for him. He's not even paid on a weekly basis. Okay, let's see. So this is an away game. These are 9th in the league. Not that it matters much at this point, but I guess we can deduct a slight bit of information from that. We know that they play a wing play. So we should, given that they like to play on the wing, we definitely need 2 defenders there, if we want to do it this way. And we expect some crosses, right? Playing style is rather direct though. So, with a direct style on the wings, I guess we expect long balls. So cover duty might be a good idea. To have the fullbacks on defend duty maybe. Or, seen from another perspective, we can also go with something like this. Defensive football. Shut up shop and hope for the best. I'm not so sure if these 2 on support duty are good, by the way. They might need to be included in defend duty. It depends a little bit. In this tactic. But also comes down to the specific circumstances. Okay. Oh yeah, it's a friendly of the U19. Okay. So the U19 will play against Gores. Do we... I don't know why this is included here. It should be grayed out. It's not like I do coach these, do I? And if I do not want to. Let me look that up. So this is in staff responsibilities. Match day. We delete friendly matches. But not for the U19. We do nothing for the U19. Somebody else does. That's totally fine. So, yeah, I guess this is wrong. Or misinformation or whatever. Or maybe I just interpreted the user interface in the wrong way. There's still an ad going for additional coaching stuff. That's not too bad. But I'm excited about Alex Jones. I think he's the best of these choices. So far, that is. And we have a similar situation here with the fitness coach. Brian Davies seems reasonable. He's got really great mentals. That's all there is to it, really. So I guess he can go to the shortlist too. Yeah. So the unhappy player with the club is not a good thing. And also, we did change too much on the playing stuff. So second round's done. Draw for the third round seems to be today. Let's see who we get. And let's have a look at this too. Okay, it's not clear just yet. So either it's them, the Traveling Boys and Girls Club. These days they would probably name it the Girls and Boys Club. Or Port Talbot. I think they seem known to me. Steelman. They were in the Vanaramas at some point, right? These I don't know. Port Talbot. Well, it might have been. I don't know. Maybe I got that wrong. This is all Welsh though, so I guess I got that wrong. But I thought there was a club that is nicknamed the Steelman. I even remember a badge. Let me Google that. Oh, this is Corby Town. They're also same nickname, so that's why I confused it. All right, last time out, it looked like we had the better momentum overall. Apparently, with the danger of possession. Yeah, sure, but we faced some really dangerous counter situations. So I'm not so sure if I'm that happy. I'm happy with the result, but I'm not so sure if this is a good idea. It's a good idea to do this every single time. It went reasonably well, but look at the momentum and then compare it to the expected goals performance. We were lucky, expected goals wise. We gave away a lot of high quality chances in the end. Yeah, well, not in the end. Overall, especially at the end of the second half, and I don't like that a bit. I'd rather have these low grade or non-existent. And given the fact that we won this match by a penalty, I guess this doesn't strictly speak for the tactics. This speaks for the fact that the tactics achieved a penalty, which is a good thing, sure. And the argument can be made that this is a part of the tactics, so I guess it's, you know, the tactics' responsibility to create these penalties. But on the other hand, this is concerning overall. I'd rather not have them that many chances. Our passing was good. I think overall that was okay. Seeing the playmaker here, Gary Bryan, pick up some of the passes, the other guys not so much. Adair as well as Mr. Wilds were high up on the pitch on average, so they influenced the game. One can argue that these are too close though. I think the argument can be made, and that's definitely a point to consider. So in this situation, on average it looks like, this is an aggregate rating, so don't overinterpret this too much, but on average it looks like the fullback is very close to their respective partners on the wing. So either I would want them to be closer to the touchline, which would be, running wide and more in line with a wingback role, I guess, in Football Manager. That's what the preset is anyway. Or I would want them to be deeper, or both, preferably both. So if they provide some additional width, that would be great. Or you can make the argument that Freddie Wilds should be up front and on an attacking duty. So to overlap even more. That said, as I said, this is aggregate, so let's not overdo it. And Yates wasn't included much. He had 27 passing combinations, that's not that much. Same with Gibson, by the way. But we played over the wings. And we played against a free defender formation, so I guess that's expected. Passes by the opposition last match. They had more combinations on the left. We had our problems there, so we witnessed that within the match already. It was a bit of a problem, and we needed a cover there too. This can also be seen by Dan Jones is the striker, is he? Yeah. Dan Jones is, well, I guess average precision it is, because he drifted to the right here on attack. So that fits the picture. They basically, our left defensive side got overloaded repeatedly. That's why we changed one of the central defenders to cover duty and tried to limit their space in general. Didn't work that well, to be honest. So defensive, left side in defense is a bit of a problem so far. They also had a lot of passes on their left, but within between the central defender and Mr. Callum Cocker at Mollet, who is their fullback, that didn't seem that threatening. At least I don't remember it as being threatening. And they didn't shoot well. In other circumstances, that would have scored. In the end, it's all about expected goals. So assuming that this metric or this heuristic, I guess, serves some purpose and is appropriate, we would want to limit that. So it's not so much about if we conceded in this situation or that. It's about getting this measurement down. And the other half obviously is a goalkeeper that can deny them, but still we want to keep that down. And 0.94 is not something that I can be happy with. We need to drop this somehow in any formation, that is. Yeah, that doesn't even it's not even an argument about the kind of tactic. You can drop this measurement in any tactic. It might come at the detriment of the own goal scoring though, so there's a balance to be struck here. Which reminds me that we will have additional training here, some defensive training here. Oh. No, this is just the league games, right? It is not. Well, it might be. Yeah. Well, that's a bit absurd. So we might just play Port Talbot 2 times in a row, which I guess wouldn't be that bad. Do we know if this is at home or an away game? Yes, it's an away game. So we will play them away, whatever we do. If there are no... There might be rules that that switch this, but I don't think so. Oh, it feels so good. Mouse wheel's okay again. I have a full iteration of the same hardware now. No, it doesn't look like there is anything. Further on specific rules, 4.8k for a win, 2.9k for a loss. Which reminds me, income this season, well, there's a summary. Let's just look at this. This was at 146 and we're now at 144. So if we overspend, it's not by much. Yeah. I guess we can afford decent coaching stuff and so on. Well, not decent, but a lot of coaching stuff. And maybe we can get additional money in and I don't know, create something here. We will probably need other contracts though. Yeah. So this is we have the long-term plan basically got thrown out of the window. I don't know if the supporters have any hold on the board. Okay. These are both in the lower divisions though. So what we can do though, if we want to make the supporters happy. Oh, this is in competitive fixtures. Yeah, forget about it. We will not meet them in competitive fixtures, so I guess there's no judgment to be made here. There's also a domestic loan window now that the transfer window is closed. So if by accident we find somebody that seems like a good option for loan, we might want to loan them in. We might even pay some money for them. How's scouting knowledge right now? Yeah, it's not that wonderful, but we have some knowledge in some nations. So the hopes are that the youth intake includes players all over the place, but well, they would need to grow up in Wales to belong there, I guess. So there's still a focus on the Ireland and Scotland in case we can get additional scouting stuff. That would be great. Could have looked at the director of football, come to think of it. So he's not on an expensive contract, is he? And we will not do this today, but to have scouting stuff that has additional knowledge in other areas would be a good idea. So I guess the director of football is part of the recruitment team, and I didn't think of that. At least I don't think I had a look at it. Let's get rid of this. No, we had a look at any role though. So I think scouting knowledge, where is it? Yeah, we know nothing. Well, we know people from England, that's great. There's no Ireland in here, for whatever reason. No, it's in. So, no Ireland either. And neither is Northern Ireland in here, I feel. So we need to invite them for trials again. How much trialists do we have right now? Not that many, right? That's alright. And we know that under 21s are okay. There's a few players that get released here. We only care about those that are still without the contract though. It's not that many. Well, we might have a case that somebody got employed by someone else and they are available for loan. But I think it's better if we offer them a trial here. Alex Berry is a scout these days. Mark Hernoli is 36 and a director of football at this point. So I guess that would be an interesting choice. Oh, he's both. That's really interesting for us. Just due to the fact that he offers scouting knowledge in all of these regions. So that would be fantastic. Is there anyone here that is bound to another club? I will probably exclude that guy. But it seems they are all Irish and unbound. No contract. Interesting. Obviously some of these are too old to be included in our squad, but why not try? Did I offer them a trial now? I guess I did. So that what will fuck up our squad planner is yeah, what we did there will be polluted with trial lists. And then there's a lot of players that don't feel as viable to come in for trial. So I guess we can live with that. And the trial lists will definitely go to the U19, so training here will not be affected. That's the hopes anyway. 14 trialists, we will have a look at them later. If there's anyone in there that is really convincing, then there might be an option to hire them. I think I had a classic case of new manager syndrome with this club though. Because we basically threw out half of the squad. That said, some of it was not our intent. For example, it's not Jones. What's his name? Transfer history. Where are you? Here. So Morgan James, for example, I wouldn't have wanted to leave. I wanted him to stay. He didn't want to though. So now he's on an amateur contract somewhere else. And there's nothing we can do about that. The loans here are the easiest. And we brought a lot of youth stuff in. Which reminds me. Let's have a look at training happiness. Okay, they're okay. Then let's look at the U19 training individual and do the same. Had been unhappy, had filled. Alright. That's fine. And he does penalty taking, that's not too bad. I do not agree with this. He will never be a good dribbler. His role is Carrigliero right now. So my problem here is I'm not so sure if we will play with a Carrigliero going forward. He's a decent passer though. Got horrible flair. This feels like a deep lying playmaker to me on second glance. Which suits this just nicely, yeah. So we tried to play him as a Carrigliero for the first two games. It's not that he was horrible with it, in fact he was just fine. But I think it's better if we teach him how to be a playmaker, now that he doesn't make first team appearances anymore. It's more suited to his skill set, really. Hi Mies, welcome back to the stream. I hope you had a good day so far. And well, I hope it's as sunny at your place as here. That said, I think in the Ruhrpott, at least to my knowledge, there's always everything full of black smoke. At least that's the image I have in my head. Even though that probably changed within the last 200 years. So, obviously I'm not happy with that off-the-ball movement and anticipation. Rule-wise, this looks okay. He could also use some physical presence, like seriously use. He's no good at all in this. So, Mies, is there anything new with your save? I guess we can teach him how to play killer balls, right? He's one to play those. The mentals I'm not so fond of, not yet. But he's got the technicals, so I guess we can teach him how to play the killer balls and then move on later on. Here. What? Well, I guess that's a good thing, though. So it seems like you are well concentrated on the specifics. Oh, so if you enjoyed this, why not? I try to adhere to that. I think with this game, it's a good mindset to have. Or that is, if it's fun to you. So this argument is sort of rubbish, is it? He has the athletic prowess to really do well if he can develop this sort of trait. The sort of trait I wanted to develop is a technical one. It has nothing to do with athletics, and he definitely has no athletic prowess to speak of, other than good balance. So this argument is a bit rubbish. But thank you very much for your opinion, dear Mr. whatever his name was, fitness coach. Joshua McConville looks like a decent option for the future. We don't play with wingbacks right now, not anymore. He doesn't have good strength. His pace is a bit off. Say we train him as a fullback. On defense, he still needs pace, right? I guess that's okay. McIver. So Aaron McIver, for some reason, didn't develop despite us playing him. Not that I expect him to do much. It's not that important. Yeah, why not? Sure. So I guess the perspective is a bit different, yes. Well, let's not give him penalty taking anymore. He needs off the ball movement. And I'm not happy with his training performances, so we will tell him. There's Alex McCory. He's supposed to be a target forward. I guess he can develop into something, yeah. Physio recommendation is half. Why is that? I don't know. Physio is weird. I don't see an argument here. We signed John Gilmore. He tries to get rid of that trait. That's just fine. His training overall isn't. But there's no way we can criticize it right now. He might be a possibility in the future, but right now his training is really off. Nothing to say though. And then there's Chris Doran. It's a lot of midfielders that can do playmaker-like stuff. Alright. So, let's hope that the report comes back. And then we will see what we can do about the next match. Because that report serves a dual purpose, right? Oh. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. We lost against Scores. Well, the U19 lost against Scores. Guess it happens. Not a big deal. The registration window is back open 2 days later. Apparently the domestic loan window opening means that we can register other players. Sure. There we have Gareth Rowland. He comes in as a manager for the U19. So that stuff's done now. No knowledge other than in Wales there. I think rotation is an important part of football in general, especially with multiple competitions. On the other hand, there's this trade-off to be made between financial circumstances and well, the player's sharpness, I guess, because sometimes you want a better core team and not so much cover for the first team. Say you only play one competition, so to have an entirely rotated squad on a similar quality level available is just not financially viable. That said, from a risk management perspective, in that case you're basically rolling the dice, right? Because, you know, if somebody gets injured in the first team and you don't have anyone to cover for him, then that's a problem. So I guess it depends on the circumstances. 81 games, man. So you do not need one rotated squad, you need two, more or less. And if you have anyone in that squad that is suspicious to injury, you probably need somebody to cover for him too. Because nobody will do 81 games in one season. And if they do, yeah, you're very lucky. We have 30-something games here, plus cup competitions, and well, that's not that many, so I expect us to have 35 maybe if it goes well. Well, we can add in a few friendlies here. So I guess we can make it to 40 or, I don't know, 45 maybe, depending on the amount of friendlies. Yeah, I try to do that too, but as with most things in Football Manager, with the playing staff, it's a trade-off. And sometimes it's okay to have one. Yeah, strikers are damn expensive, especially if you want a good replacement. So the argument is the same everywhere on the pitch, but for a striker in particular, they are very expensive, and well, if they never play, you know, they will start to complain immediately, more or less. So I still have that screenshot of Nathan Barker that I took earlier. Let's see. Yeah, there's some improvement here. So previously we didn't know about, for example, corners, crossing, dribbling, finishing, and so on. Yeah, that happens. I guess but I guess given the circumstances, you do rest them appropriately, and they are not. How do I put this? We're talking injuries that came in matches most likely, and not injuries due to being jaded and you know, overtraining. No long-term stress injuries, right? So as long as that's the case, there's nothing you can do. It's just a random bad luck. So now we know that he's fickle, and we know that he has some notable weaknesses. More importantly, I think his weaknesses are on the attacking side. So even though he's in the attacking role here, at least it looks that way. Yeah, he's a wingback. So I think we can pretty much ignore him, with the exception of the crossing. Maybe that's not that great. But I guess close him down maybe. That's all there is to it. And there should be additional information about the others too. Yeah, there is. So we have a good basis here for knowledge about the opposition. Even though we didn't have that at the start of the week. Now, who is he? Didn't they bring him up recently? Oh man. Yeah. Well, that sucks. I guess those Nigerian talents will not make it to the pitch this season, or if they do, it will be a bit later. I wanted to do something else here. I think I wanted to scout our own leagues. Let's do that. So within our own leagues, we have the right to poach players pretty much always. Where is it? Here. So there's a priorities list. That's not what I'm looking for. I want to create a focus, please. There it is. So any position from the tactic, and if we find somebody that is 4-star or below, or above, sorry, but with, well, it doesn't need to be within our leagues though, does it? Give me a second. We basically have the same instruction here, just for loans. I guess we can set up a separate setting for transfers. So, no loan players. Age doesn't matter. We could choose an area, actually, but I don't care much. They might as well scout the first league with us. Doesn't matter. And I botched that because I want this to be an ongoing thing. Is he like the good and ambitious or the bad and ambitious? And I realized that there is a there is a slight discrepancy between our ways to play the game. But let's put it like this. How is his media handling? And would you be okay if I would have some implications in mind about that media handling, not looking up the exact attribute ranges? So I'm just trying to help without ruining the fun for you, if that makes any sense. Yeah, sure. No big deal. Because unambitious is one of these personalities that I always thought was really horrible, but later on I realized that there's unambitious players just due to low ambition that have rather decent stats otherwise. And ambition, you know, is something that you want. Oh. It says prudent. Considered cool. That's level-headed. That's level-headed. So, at least I guess, because this is the only translation that came up that I recall from Football Manager. So level-headed implies a certain amount of loyalty, if I'm not mistaken, and a certain amount of, not composure, but you know, he's not one to look for conflict. So seen from that perspective, that's not the worst personality. He just lacks ambition. And also, well, the implication here, I think, is that he cannot have very low professionalism, because otherwise he wouldn't be level-headed. That's how the argument goes, right? So you can argue that he has decent loyalty, at least average professionalism is likely, and he will not be a very controversial player. And now you can ask yourself, is this something that is viable within your squad, or do you have higher standards? Because his ambition will be really low, obviously. On the other hand, sometimes you want to have a club full of unambitious players with that personality exactly, because they will be easy to manage and easy to keep in the club. I hope that's okay as a... I'm not sure, I might have gotten some of that wrong, obviously. This is just from the top of my head. But I hope that's helpful with the decision making. Alright, so this Williams guy, I'm not even that opposed to the idea of signing him. That said, we would need him for the wing-back position or full-back position. And, well, he's a decent cover there, but I'm not so sure. I'm not strictly opposed to the idea, though. He's a consistent performer, he likes big matches. As far as we know, that's okay. He's balanced there. Robert Jones, on the other hand, looks like a decent addition to the squad. But he's 32. Balanced personality with 14 determination is definitely not wrong. Consistent, yeah, I guess at that age we can hope for something like this. But he has good vision, first touch and so on. But I don't see why. How did this happen? That's my basic question. He's got a good long shot. He's not a good passer. How can you turn 32 in football, be in a central midfielder without passing of at least, I don't know, 7 or 8? How did this happen? And then same with the mentals. He has neither good off the ball movement nor good positioning or anticipation and composure. His decision making is great. He's got good vision for some weird reason. But he's got the vision, he's got the work rate, he doesn't know how to play a pass. He's got the long shot, but not the off the ball movement and the anticipation. What do I do with a player like this? And his finishing is 1, by the way. So, is there a rule that fits this? Like, seriously, what kind of rule would this be? I cannot think of one. And I really love long shots, so I guess long shots 11 will go to waste here. I don't think this is viable. And then there's Ryan Shellis. That's good acceleration, decent pace, decent finishing. Inconsistent performer though. I guess that's okay. I want to compare him to... Where is he? Cloyd. Wayne Cloyd. Yeah. So he's way faster, but he's not that good in the air technically or in attack. That said, Cloyd is really good there, so for our level that is. So I guess we can live with that. Let's compare him to Yace too. What's this guy? Yeah, no, I think that's the one. Oh, sorry about that. If you heard it, that is my elbow hit the table. So Ryan Shellis is a bit better, and much faster. If we can get some pies out of well, in that case, it's a win, right? Obviously, depending on your goals, you don't want to overdo it, but money is always good. It's a fungible token after all. So that's loaded. And I don't know if this was comprehensible to you, so I'm just gonna repeat that in case it isn't, or to anyone else. But money is interchangeable, basically. So you can invest it in whatever has the biggest effect for you. And the argument of a fungible token usually comes over in gambler's fallacy. Once somebody goes, the classic example is somebody goes to the casino with $1,000, goes in there, wins one round, and takes the, takes whatever the win is, and plays on with the initial money. That's a gambler's fallacy, because in the end he still might lose that money, and whatever he's saved right now is not a good decision to play on. Even if it's with half the money, it doesn't matter. Or I don't know, you invest some money and only take the dividends or something like this. That's a fallacy, because money is a fungible token. You can always exchange money for money. €1 is exactly €1. So from that perspective, money is good for a football club, because you can invest it in a youth center or whatever. Whatever you need, depending on your level. If you can sell him now for 6 million, you made 5. So then afterwards you will, I don't know, spend $500,000 on additional scouting, find somebody else to replace him that has good potential, and then you're set for the next iteration of the same process. Ideally, at least. That's how it goes. And of course you know about this, and probably everyone else watching. Or maybe you can get a lone player or something like this. It really depends. If this is just for cover purposes, and you don't want to develop a player there, because they will not get playing time, why not use a lone player? In fact, that's something I should do. Find lone players of clubs. Well, they're hard to find within Wales there, due to all the non-contracts. Alright, press conference. Do we look for a repeat of the performance? I don't know. So this is an away game, same as against Ruffintown. That said, I still feel that against Ruffintown we got lucky, to a degree. And this is just down to the fact that the expected goal statistics said, yeah, it was okay that we won that match, but not by much. It was 0.9 against 1.1 or something like this. So, versus, not against. So this is not great. That said, obviously the team made some steps now. They had an additional week of training, within that formation and that, you know, the confines of that tactic. Yeah, it's just fine. Sometimes you don't find another talent, and or the talent wants too much playing time or whatever. And I feel there's a spot for those 30-something, yeah, you know, those players that are within the older ranges, especially in defensive midfield. That is, I guess. They have a lot of the mentals, usually good tackling, usually good strength. So especially on the defensive side, but maybe also on the technical side, in case you need a playmaker, you usually can find somebody in defensive midfield that is willing to come, and maybe they are available for loan. It's hard to find these players in younger ages though, because there's so much mental stuff going on in defensive midfield. They need to have the vision and, you know, the anticipation. They need decent off the ball movement or positioning if they are more defensively minded, and same with work rate and so on. So I feel there's other positions that do not rely on that much. Defensive midfield there is, and this is just an area that develops with age. So I guess Gary Bryan is important, yes, but him, by the way, I think he's an example. Yeah, so he's unambitious and level-headed. I still signed him, and I don't want to overdo it. But maybe that implies that he will not go away. Maybe it doesn't. We don't know. Paul Coleman has... Oh! It happened! It happened! Paul Coleman played 2 games and finally he improves. I guess I'm excited. I always knew it. Always. Also, in his case, we are 100% sure that he has some potential that is untapped right now. Simply because he didn't develop that much in the other Hawkdales because he didn't play. So, I guess that means that he has potential for 1.5 years that didn't develop so far. And the other goalkeeper will be really annoyed because we told the press that Coleman will start. But, well, with these training performances, you will not be on the pitch anytime soon. That's the argument. Which is a bit circular, obviously. Because we just gave the other guy time on the pitch because he played in the end. He develops because he played, and, well, because he develops, he will play more. That's how it goes. He has really bad throws, man. But his kicking is okay. Why is his kicking okay? So, no throwing for him? I do not think we can't restrict throws though, can we? No. I guess he automatically will take the kick. So tomorrow the match is against Cefn, Cribwr, BC, whatever. Well, in that case, it shouldn't be a problem to get rid of players, right? $7.05 isn't that impressive. Yeah, I guess. That's... Sure, of course. They will have a superior quality. But That's part of the fun, isn't it? If you had the odds in your favor all the time, it wouldn't be a challenge. That's not too bad, training rating wise. But we have Moody on the bench. Yeah, we need a winger, so I guess Tumulty it is. Obviously we could use Brotherton too. I mean, I don't like his level so far, but in a way he deserves it. And if we never play him, he will never reach anything. So either we get rid of him immediately, or we use him. And given the fact that he trains well, why wouldn't we want to accelerate that? So I guess Tumulty can rot on, well, in the stands. That said, he's got really good acceleration. And he's one of the better players of the team. But then Mr. Cake Grenade would need to go away. And I don't see that coming anytime soon. Not with that training rating. So, but there's a few different things that need to be considered here. First of all, I want to go through the squad and do something to morale, because this isn't very well. I don't like this. So Coleman trained well. That's good. We told him about it. Is there anything else? I guess 5 matches into the league we can tell him that his conduct is good. Yeah. That 7.5 rating last time out was wonderful. So I guess we can be happy with his overall goalkeeping. I'm not that fond of the passing actually, but his shot stopping was good. Yes, yes, and but this is me. I do not like to lose control over certain aspects of the game, and this is quite contrary to what I would do in real life, by the way. In real life I would delegate. In Football Manager I don't, because I don't trust the computer, and especially not their stuff. There are, and this is not even down to the fact that I do not trust the personnel. I do not trust the fact that this is implemented the way I want it to be. I'm gonna give you an example in training in a second. Just give me that dialogue at least. There's something to say about last game. Well, the passing wasn't that great. There's the bot. Welcome to the stream stickers. By the way, I reduced the prices to 1 cent because it wasn't used last time out. So in case you want to spend an entire cent on something like this, yeah, the offer stands. Yeah, about the training. Goalkeeper is a bad example though. Let's go with this. So this is James Alina. Say we want to play James Alina, but we do not think that a target man is the way we want to focus him. If I give the duty to find appropriate training for him to the assistant manager or whoever is responsible in that case, I think the way Football Manager does it most of the time is they will focus on the role that the player is strongest in. So this is the options menu that tells you I want to retrain this player in this role, right? So they will not be trained in another role if you give it to, you know. Okay. Yeah. But it's just an example. And a similar argument can be made about general training or traits or whatever. Yeah. But the overall training sessions are similar, right? If you want the team to be focused on a specific kind of training, under a specific workload due to match load, for example, or due to having a weakness in a single area. Say your team is bad at heading, right? And you do not care about their overall development in attributes. You just want to keep that level and improve the heading along the way. for the entire team. So then you look up those sessions that include heading, but are spread out over the rest of them, so that heading is a major focus, even though you do not do heading training all the time. You obviously still vary the training sessions. And there's, I guess in my head, there's stuff to be done there. Given that I play the underdogs most of the time, I feel like match preparation is vital. That said, I tried not to overdo it. That's a trade-off. For a professional club, I do... there's basic sessions that I do every single time. And this is attacking movement, defensive shape, teamwork, and whatever it is, match preview and match review. I feel like these are core. But, well, if the results are not that important to you, for example, because you consider yourself to be a mid-table club and the expectation was that you do not go down, there is not a chance to go up, and the result in a league doesn't matter from a financial point of view, and these leagues exist. So in the last third of the season, you don't care if you finish 14th or if you finish 7th. It doesn't matter. In that case, all of a sudden match preparation training is a waste of time, right? Because who cares about the result? Now, with, you know, a caveat, how's it pronounced? I will look this up now. Sorry, I gotta learn this.
Caveat.
Caveat. Alright, so with a caveat. I'm sorry. The caveat is that better performances and better ratings in matches, which are a result of match preparation training, loosely speaking, obviously result in a better match experience, and more match experience means more experience to be spent in training. So there's a trade-off here. If your results are shitty for the remainder of the season, you can do better, more training overall. But if the players are, I don't know, 27, they will not get natural experience. They will get the box standard experience they get from matches, but they need to have better ratings to develop. So the argument is do match preparation training, because otherwise you don't have the experience to spend in the training sessions, and you can do attribute focused sessions all the time. It doesn't matter. Nothing will come of it, other than what you have for, you know, appearing on the pitch. Now, if you've got a squad full of 17-year-olds, well, fuck that. Who cares? Most of their match experience doesn't come from the matches. It comes from natural progression. So you don't need to improve their match experience. It's better if you focus them on actually spending that experience. I guess that's the argument. But you gotta determine that for yourself, right? Who knows? Because the training is for the entire squad, and it might be vastly different for this player or that player. I hope that makes sense. It's just my point of view, obviously. But so let's get back to individual training here. I wanted to talk to them anyway. Well, not training, but I guess we can praise Sam Jones. Well done, sir. Erlina, not so much actually, but we'll do it anyway. He trains as a target forward on attack duty right now. We don't use a target forward on attack duty. Why did we do that? It's the same attributes on support duty anyway. And for these, I'm not so sure. He got an official warning, did he? Yeah, he did. But just to wrap this up, if I have a match on Saturday, there's usually one overall session and the rest for me is match preparation training. if there is no match on Saturday or Sunday, there is no match preparation training going on. I try to distribute the workload a little bit. So no match practice and well, there's a break here, right? And I also try to reduce the workload here within the limited sessions that we have. But otherwise, this is all attribute training, and this is what I want it to be. You can make an argument that goalkeeping training here would be a good idea in one of these sessions. But I don't want to focus too much on 2 players in the squad if the remaining squad members are around. So I wanted to talk to the players and have a look at the opponent. What did I do? I pressed the spacebar. I don't know. Sometimes. Apparently we didn't praise him yet. Well, in that case, here you go. But given, yeah, seen from that perspective, he's a really great talent, and that's a problem, because he will probably get sold. Well, not sold. He will leave us. Oh, there's something here. Let's have a look. But Landwind Major wasn't... It was not a big game. Was it? It might be that he's scared of league games for some reason. Not so sure. Well, it's not like we can know for sure. Okay. So, squad. Mr. Yates didn't train that well. How's his form? 6.8 rating last game. We didn't praise him on the goal yet, so I guess we can do that. Great, you scored. We can also praise him on the conduct. It's 5 games now without a yellow card. That's definitely a plus. What about the form? 6.62. Is there a comment to be had here? No, it isn't. And the development is fine, but not praiseworthy, so that's it. Chris Adair. His training rating isn't that impressive. His overall form is none to be mentioned. He played 2 games so far. 6.9 rating last game is good. I like that. The lack of creativity though is a bit concerning, so I guess we can criticize this. That went up a little bit, yes. Brotherton didn't play, but we have already mentioned the fact that he trains well, so there's that. I can do the conduct too, I think. Yeah, he likes that. Gary Bryan is very important. He doesn't bring it to the pitch yet. That said, his tackling last time out was 100%, so that's an easy one. We'll do that. I never witnessed that they do not agree to this, other than you praising it 5 times in a row. Wayne Cloyd, 7 out of 7 passes, we praised that already. His recent form isn't that impressive. I want to check that. Yeah, he's not that great form-wise, so we will criticize it, but in an easy manner. Okay. He's really annoying as a person. Yeah, have fun, man. Have fun. He's unflappable and unambitious. Why is he such a pain in the ass to deal with? His form isn't great. He's on 6.64. It might be that he has really high controversy, otherwise I cannot explain it. It doesn't make much sense. I think we talked to Paul Coleman already, so there's nothing to do. Elena, same. With Helstead, I don't like the training rating that much. He should do better. He had a 7.7 rating last time out though, so his defending was great. Yeah. That's... the star rating went up from 2.5 to 3.5 immediately. Assistant manager was convinced. He's not with the club for that long. Yeah, oh, in fact he is. He's been around for 5 matches? Well, in that case, let's praise his conduct. No yellow cards so far, so that's good. Ryan Gibson, similar argument can be made. His last performance wasn't that great though. He needs to improve. I know he's a young guy, but he needs to have better performances on the pitch. That said, his tackling was fine. Same as his passing, by the way. But we'll go with the tackling just because it's an easy grab. And we will tell him that he didn't create any chances, so that's a criticism that should be easy. Yes, it is. He's unambitious too. And level-headed. I think that's a decent personality. We just had that, right? Where is it? Yeah, it's not wonderful, but it's okay. At least I think so. So he has decent loyalty. That's for sure. Sam Jones, how's his... Well, the last game was okay. Especially the heading though. It was really great. He lost 1 header out of all of attempted headers. That's really good. There's no complaints there. 7.0 rating is okay too. Sure, it could be better, but for central defender, that's all I expect. Michael Kelly, 6.4 rating. That's not good in training, so let's criticize this. He's a fickle guy. media friendly. His determination went down. Is he part of a mentoring group? Yes, he is. He's part of a mentoring group that is headed by Jamie Roberts. So his determination might drop on. Not that it matters much. The determination can drop. I don't care. I want the professionalism to go up. There is not much to tell though here. Shay Kirk doesn't train well, at least for now. Didn't play recently. Harry Martin is the other way around. He did play. Did he play well? 6.8. 3 out of 3 tackles. I guess we can live with that, right? Sure. He is in good mood. Massaro, we talked about the training. McDowell. Well, I guess 100% tackling is 100% tackling. That said, I do not like that he didn't create any chances, so this is another low-hanging fruit to me. There you go. Sam McHugh. That's one of the strikers, right? Yeah. I'm not so happy with. Gary Moody had 14 out of 17 passes. That's alright. How did he go? He played as a halfback. I guess that's okay. That would be... I don't know, percentage-wise that's alright to me. We'll try to praise his passing. Yeah, okay. He can agree to it to a degree at least. Mr. Cake Grenade had a decent game overall. Nice amount of dribbles in particular. The amount of dribbles though, I don't think we can praise that. He didn't create that many chances, so we will just stick to the tackling. 2 out of 2 is good. In the end, it's all about morale anyway. Morgan Owen. Yeah, Morgan Owen didn't play. Jamie Roberts did. He's still on wingback duty here. I think that's gone. So you can stick to fullback duty now. Not that you are much better with that. We can try to improve his crossing, but I'd rather go with the defensive positioning. That said, he likes the technique too, so I guess crossing it is. Came on, played 1 pass, that's it. So I guess that makes it 100% passing. Yes, this is how it works. Fantastic. Andy Rooney. We will not talk to Andy Rooney. He didn't have a good game. Which is in particular due to the fact that he didn't create any chances. Okay. Well, in that case... Freddie Wilds played for 78 minutes. 6.8 rating. It's nothing to call home about, but it's fine. And then we're back with Toby Yates. That's it. For now, that is. He feels the warning is harsh. Gibson, though, accepts his warning. And his determination went up, which is fine. So now I want to know who plays Bundesliga. Oh, Dortmund against Wolfsburg. Yeah, that explains it. Yeah, now we need to have a look at the tactics too. So obviously we can do that prior to the game. That's okay. Maybe we need to switch certain members of the squad or something. Three players left the club. So yeah, we talked about Robert Jones, we talked about Taylor Villains, and also his case. He knocks the ball past the opponent too. That's not too bad. It really isn't. In fact, on the left wing, for example, that would be viable. But he's not. For a 22-year-old, this is decent. Let's compare him for a second to whoever plays there. Trainer. Trainer is more pacey though, is he? Yeah. So, well, I don't know. Obviously, Ryan Shellis is better than Gavin Trainer. But for a midfield role as an inverted winger, their crossing is both shit. Gavin Trainer has decent dribbling, Ryan Shellis hasn't. Ryan Shellis, on the other hand, comes with a decent finish, and his long shots is a bit better. Overall, he's got better technicals. And also decent passing. That's a big plus. He has better mentals, if only by a bit. His off-the-ball movement is as bad as Gavin Trainer's though, so I don't like that a lot much. That's not great. Do we trust Gavin? I think so. For now, at least. And now, if this were to be, say, a very professional player or something, then I would look at it from another angle. But right now, I think Gavin deserves some time on the pitch, even though his personality makes my skin crawl. Is he part of a mentoring group? Yes, he is. He gets influenced by Mr. Cake Grenade, who obviously has a wonderful personality given the nickname. So, I guess there's that. I think I already did this, but Still want to look into this once more. He's temperamental. And he's volatile, media friendly, and confrontational. Yeah. That implies a certain low professionalism. But especially his temperament is really bad. He changes morale very, very quickly. That's what this implies. And his sportsmanship is really shitty too. Not that I care much about this. So let's put it this way. Kevin Trainer will probably improve in personality, whatever we do. Just due to the mentoring group. He will not have a chance to be much worse, personality-wise. I also want to do something else. Oh, this is interesting. So a few came up. Cool. Maybe some of them are interesting for us at least. But I want to have a look. Forget about the playing positions for a second. Is there a player in here that has really great personality that we want? Obviously we know of at least one, but that one didn't want to come for now. So there's no professionals that we know of. We'll skip through these. Let's see. We know of a casual player, which for some reason is on the shortlist. I guess that can go. Yeah, we don't want him. Whatever. And now we don't know about him anymore. Cool. I guess one would expect that a player that the manager knows of and that is on the shortlist might be, you know, transferred know-how-wise to the squad, to the staff of the club. But apparently this is not how it works. There's a Czech guy that we know of. Why did we... Oh, he's English. I guess we know of him because he's English. This reminds me of Ishak. In a good way though. And he has one more point of finishing, so I guess that's a plus. With these physicals he would be a decent addition to the squad. Yeah, but what's 5-star or 4.5-star about this guy? Fairly pro. Well, there's another option. He's really pacey. He's a bit on the low side on some of the attributes though. That's it. Yeah, his pace is good. And we will not pay him, so I guess we can sign him. For the youth team, obviously. But I'd rather have one of these players in the youth team and see where it goes. Alright. Peggy Taylor. Yeah, I remember him. Fickle and media friendly. Fickle is a mixed bag anyway. I think it implies a certain ambition. Oh, I can't seem to find it. Vehicle on media friendly. Yes. Not that great. Well, I guess the argument can be made that this is not a bad personality. He has most likely really low loyalty. Not that it matters much though. I don't like his attributes though. For a central defender. I don't know, his balance is good, but that's all there is to it. On the other hand, he's 17 years old, so who cares? Suspiciable to injuries too. No, forget about it. I don't want to do that. Light-hearted can be a good personality. He's on trial with us right now from Dorking. Is he any better than what we have though? And that's a hard one. Our current left backs are, I think, Alex McDowell. Oh, Alex McDowell is much better, speed-wise, but in other areas he's seriously lacking. So I guess they are just different. The other one is Freddie Wiles. Freddie Wiles is similar. I'm not sure about this. For a 19-year-old, let's put it that way. We could bring him in for loan. Then we had a third option, but I'm not entirely convinced that this is a good idea. I need to reflect on this. In fact, I will. On my bathroom break. Be right back. Okay, so probably first of all we want to go back to Football Manager. That's part of what we want to do, yeah. And the other half is I want to know about his attributes, the hidden ones. Lighthearted and media friendly is a wash, I think. Doesn't tell us much. Yeah. Lighthearted and media friendly say he's got low controversy. Most likely low loyalty. But also his professionalism might not be that great. His sportsmanship is really good. And his pressure. And the temperament will be average or... yeah, okay. So this is not a great personality, I think. Well, it can be, but most likely it isn't. We know a lot of unambitious players for some reason, and they are all Northern Irish or English. Yeah, okay, that's it. So, shortlists are a thing too. We know this is the general shortlist. He looks really decent, yes. And I think we compared him to Mr. Coleman recently. Sure. So, Kai Clay is the better goalkeeper. I think that's a fair statement at this point. Overall. If we need another goalkeeper, we can use him. What's with... his playing time? We argue that he's a breakthrough prospect. So I guess we can still sign Kai Clay if we want to. That said, he's not an absolute must sign to me. Balanced media friendly is okay-ish. Ivan Jones, we just try to sign. Darren Evans is a former player of ours, I think. No, he's not, but we wanted to bring him in. There's not a chance that he comes in right now. But there's a reason why he's on the short list. He's got good personality, and if we stand a chance to sign him, we will. Barry Fitzgerald looks fine overall. He's 21. Why didn't we sign him? The lack of balance? Oh, his passing is a bit off for playmaker type. Not so sure about that. He would be interested though. Well, you know what? We only have like 3 playmakers down there. So why not add a 4th? Because fairly professional as well as media friendly isn't great, but at least he's fairly pro. That can also be a problem. He considers himself to be better than we think he is. Well. We will force him into another contract. And then there's a lot of Swedish players that are more or less interesting, but we cannot include in this club anymore. In fact, there's a lot of those. Oh, Patrick Brand Erlandsson. I would love to have this guy in the team, but not a chance. I don't think we need any of these on the shortlist anymore. So painful. But he might have English. No, he doesn't. It's so painful because we cannot get a work permit on any of those. We can just forget that. So they are all basically gone for us. That said, if they are, well, if they were to be in a national team, then maybe. But none of these have international appearances. Doesn't make much sense. What's a player with Yedorok dolls? Still, he's Swedish. He cannot get a work permit here. And even lone players need a work permit. Jonathan Jorge, yeah, we never got him. That's a really interesting player on an amateur contract and we cannot get him. Can we move them to another shortlist maybe? We will put them on. I guess that's okay. Sure. So we will put every one of these on no work permit. Because we are interested in them, but we do not get a work permit. For those. This makes it easier. Haha, yeah. Careful with that. Alright, that brings us to those here. Nathan Lowe is transfer listed. Nathan Lowe is transfer listed. Yeah, sure we would take him. For loan, that is. If we compare him to the under 17-year-old, well, somebody will need to make some space down. But his name's is it Ryan Gibson? Yeah, it's Ryan Gibson. So Nathan Lowe definitely is the better player. He would get a work permit immediately. He would not play for us though. That said, who knows? Well, actually we do. But we can still try. Next available transfer date is... when is it? 1st of January. We'll declare interest here. Maybe Nathan can be convinced. I think Morgan Moody was the model citizen. He definitely needs to come in. Why can't we offer him a trial though? Not interested. Finn Evans is one that left us. Daryl Mile. Well. That's one of our young prospect goalkeepers at Liederhockdals that is still out and down. Dylan Morgan we tried repeatedly. Yeah, it's basically these two that are interested in a transfer at all. We can also try. So this costs a lot of money. And we might have problems with that. But say we try to keep these reports up to date. That might give us some scouting knowledge in the other areas. And we do have to waste the money that we just earned in some way, right? So I guess that's the way to do it. Okay. Opposition for the next match. Let's have a look at these. He's right-footed only. So, no. Let's take it from another perspective. He's a decent passer. He doesn't have good off-the-ball movement. I guess this is a core to the squad there. We did have a tactical, you know, something here. Where is it? Nope. This would be okay. And the overall match momentum was good. That's what I'm looking for. So there was no analyst with them, but we know that they play a direct style, and we know that they do wing play. Here's a wing back and an inverted winger. This looks vaguely familiar to me. Oh, and he plays as a segundo volante. Okay. With that dribbling, that's dangerous. I think a segundo volante has a hidden instruction to dribble more. Even though I like the role, personally. He is dangerous. Plays as an attacking midfielder here. So we don't know the duty, but most likely he will go for the finish. And let me guess, this is a strong man. It is not. He's more of a poacher, I guess. In fact, that's probably all there is to him, yes. So the argument can be made that we need somebody on cover duty, again. Because there will be through balls. Yeah. We can show some of them to the weaker feet. And some of them might get hurt. Otherwise, balanced mentality, flexible, okay, and more direct passing. So, tactics. Can we just, there's a menu to go back to tactical instructions here, I think. At least there was a menu somewhere. No. Is it here? I don't know. This is team selection. Sure, why not? It does include tactical instructions, so I'm fine with this. We just realized that this player has weak dribbling. But he might go for the dribble from time to time. He has bad off-the-ball movement. So, to mark him tightly, and to close him down. How's his composure isn't that great either. To mark him tightly and to close him down probably will be enough. to put a wrench in the cogs, hopefully. So who will do that? Our right-sided player. That's Gibson. Not too great, but I guess that will do. Is there somebody else that we want to do this? We could use a ball-winning midfielder in that position. So that deducts from the penetration of this formation. But in that case it might be a worthy idea. Kelly's not a great tackler. I'd rather use seriously one of the midfielders here. That might be an idea. Just to stand on his feet and hope for the best. And we've got one on the bench actually, Gary Moody. So Gary Moody has really great positioning, but his physicals are so off. I don't want him to force to run down a playmaker that is stronger on a physical basis. And Harry Martin is not... he's not great. In that duty, I think. So we'll keep it like this for now. That's Ross Weaver, was it? Yeah. Let's have a look at Roberts too. Roberts has bad jumping. His strength is okay. His off-the-ball movement is shit. Well, not great for our league anyway. His passing is okay though. And his composure is bad. So, same here. We want to press on that level. And wanna mark him tightly. That should be an easier one. Well, not by much though. I forgot his name, but it's Roberts, right? So we will do the same to him. That leaves us with Martin and two central defenders back here. Last time out, we used Feldstedt as a coverer, and we used Jones. Well, not as a coverer because he doesn't have the pace. So we'll do that immediately. Use him in a cover duty. In fact, that's also what he's stronger at, for some reason. Why is he better in cover duty? Oh, because it doesn't use his aggression that much. Yeah, he can drop off on the recycled possession. So then there's some sense to that, I guess. Yeah, and Jones can do whatever. He has good aggression though. So his decision making is off, yeah. That's why the defend duty is basically okay for everything for him. Alright, let's have a look at the others. Nathan Barker, I think we already realized that he has no good dribbling. He's not the weakest guy, but if he were to be weak too, this would be a perfect case of a hard tackle. In these circumstances, I think we will just go with triggering the press on him. I do not want him to be marked tightly. I do not think that it matters much. And in particular, this is due to the fact that our left wing back, that would be Trainer. He's not that strong, he's not that tall, he's not a good marker. That said, we can put him on the heels of Nathan Barker and just go man against man, but others might close him down too. Guto Williams is really slow. I didn't realize that. So that means that Yates might stand a chance. From a physical perspective. He might be the better runner in comparison to Guto Williams. Also, Guto Williams is not a good tackler. He's a defensive midfielder playing in central defense. Great. And then there's Chris Owen. Chris Owen is a bit faster. I guess this is one of these players that might make an appearance for us, but he's not wonderful. That's it. That's one of these. Sure. There will be some costs to this, but I want to scout him to have an idea. He's got decent passing, and I like the teamwork and work rate. Also, he's a left defender for some reason, so with decent crossing. In fact, he's employed in the wrong position, at least to a degree. He's not a great header. Williams might be though. Williams is not a great header either. Tactics just changed. So the gist here is that our player is the best header there is. He has heading 14, jumping reach is only 6. If we look at these central defenders, one of them is a defensive midfielder with really good jumping reach but shitty heading. And the other one is... well, he has decent jumping reach too, but his heading is even worse. So peppering these with crosses might not end up with a ball on the head of Yates, because Yates has jumping reach 6. But it might end up with a lot of displaced defensive headers. So I guess more crossing is an idea. Now, who has decent crossing within our squad? Nobody. Absolutely nobody. I will still do it. At least this is an idea. We will try. We will just invert this due to the weakness. So I expect us to misplace a lot of crosses, and I expect them to misplace a lot of the defensive headers. That's the idea anyway. He has instruction to cross more often anyway with his crossing of 4. For these two, I don't think so. For defensive purposes. So now there's a lot of crossing towards the target man. Maybe he can get a goal in. Who knows? He has decent off the ball movement and anticipation, so there's something there. Also his strength is 10, whilst his strength is 8. I guess Scooter Williams is the better target, but doesn't matter much. We'll see. Is there anything in particular here? He has a weak left foot, so might as well show him to the weaker foot. Let's have a look at their left back too. That's an easy one, with the weak foot. In other areas, he's a bad dribbler and has low composure and really bad passing. Passing is free. Also, no jumping reach, no strength, no off the ball movement. He can be tight marked if we want him to, but he needs to be closed down. That's the more important thing about him, I think. And Goldsworthy would be faced with Mr. Cake Grenade. So we want him to tight mark and to close down this guy. Now, Mr. Cake Grenade is not a strong one by himself. I guess that's a duel that's really low. But he might outrun him, will he? Barely. That's a fair duel. So that settles these. Does he has great he has a great aerial reach though? Yeah. A decent command of area, so they expect the goalkeeper to come out and grab the balls that we cross. Alright. McGillaway. That's not a great winger. But he's an inverted winger, if I'm not mistaken. So we show him to the weaker foot. With that passing, off the ball movement is okay though. With that passing, he will be threatening anyway. So I guess we close him down. The problem is his technicals are okay. So I would want to mark him tightly. But strength 5 and jumping reach 6, this is our left defensive side. We want somebody with marking 5 and positioning 6. And decent physicals. Well, the decent physicals might compensate for it, right? So we want him to tight mark his man. There's one. And sure. With the triggering the press, I'm not so sure. Because he has the mentals to cope with it and the technicals. So maybe it's better to mark the area in that situation, not close him down all the time. Not to mark, to cover the area. J. Thomas. He's weak. But overall he's a dangerous opponent. If we mark him tightly, he will probably outrun his marker, so I'd rather close him down. Stuart Evans, right-footed only, same as him. Stuart Evans doesn't look that dangerous at first glance. He doesn't have good off-the-ball movement. So to mark him to specifically marking should be fine. His off-the-ball movement is 4 after all. And the passing isn't that great, neither is composure. So there's a chance that he might lose the ball. There's a lot of instructions here. Maybe I'm overdoing it. But Adair should stand a chance. Yeah, not that he's much better, but at least his marking and positioning is good. He should stand a chance overall. And then there's Cummings. Ideally, not a single ball gets to Cummings. He's a lone striker to a degree. You could argue that these are, two strikers and these are, whatever, runners. He's really dangerous though, due to the pace. The off-the-ball movement isn't that great. And he runs with the ball through center and knocks the ball past the opponent. So I guess closing him down is a good idea and tackling him hard. Really. Because with that strength and jumping reach, we basically need him to go off the pitch. And if that results in a yellow card, it's okay. Was there anyone that was even weaker? I don't think so. How's his bravery, by the way? Yeah, it's 5. So even though he has the composure, his bravery is 5, so we might impress him. With that, well, in quite a physical sense, we might leave an impact. Okay, so that's what we do. I do not feel like we should overlap in particular here. Sure, they have 2 defensive midfielders, but every single one of these players has some sort of weakness. As do we do. You'll be fine. This is an away game. In general, I think we will encourage them. Well, that went a little bit in the right direction. None of these were nervous about anything, with the exception of Mr. K Grenade, but he's motivated. So, given that he's motivated, I think we'll include him and just encourage the bunch once more. You can do this. Now we'll see. Also I need fresh water, so comment will be off for a second. Did we get a chance? No, we didn't. 4 minutes gone. Barker, Williams. There's a decent pass towards Owen. Nice ball by Owen. Towards Evans. Evans close down by there. There's a shot for Coleman, who saves it with his foot. And there's a long ball. Heading. Long ball by Owen. And that's one for Coleman. We can also put him on sweeper keeper duties maybe. Martin. Nice pass towards Byrne. Nothing for Gibson though. Thomas. That's a dangerous finish. I don't know why Jones didn't try to close him down at least. Gibson. And that's offside. Well, this is an away game. Let's encourage the entire team once more. McGilloway. Well intercepted by Adair. McGilloway towards Thomas. Cummings. It's in. I guess we over-instructed them, but this kind of direct passing, we were really unfit to defend so far. I don't know why. In this situation, we do not want the keeper to come out. This is just... he just lost his man. There was confusion defensively and that's it. Byrne, Gibson. Jones with a long ball towards Trainer. Not a long ball. They just go for the poacher. I'll try demand more here. Maybe it helps. Owen, Goldsworthy. And another long ball. There. Well done, Mr. Cake Grenade. Nice one, Gibson. Holds up play. Decent pass towards Martin. Martin with... Harry Martin with the first goal of the season. And what a goal it was. Wow. What an equalizer. I thought the situation was lost here. Gibson, Martin picks up the ball and nails it under the crossbar. Was a hopeful effort. He's not a good long shot. Let's have a look. Where is he? Harry Martin. Long shots are a whopping 3 points. With a first touch of 3 and technique of 3. This is a freak goal. Usually this doesn't happen. I guess I'm very happy that it did, but this is unlike him. What a way to make an impact. Gibson, well, the tight marking and closing down worked in this situation. But expected goals wise, this is no good, is it? Adair. Coleman. And Coleman goes for a clearance. Owen, Goldsworthy. Not a ball. Long ball from deep. Gibson. Mr. Kick grenade. Yates. Doesn't lose the ball. Martin. Byrne. Trainer. That was an interesting tackle. Pass to Gibson. And another one over goal. What comes to mind immediately here is I think I need to revise my tactics here. We will focus down the wings. Because in the middle of the pitch, it's a bit congested. And I will also want to look at, yeah, the width is good. So we can do it this way. I want us to play down the wings a bit more. Because we have better presence down there, I think. Yates, Martin. Come on, Martin. No, Jones. Adair. Gibson. No penetrating pass coming. Adair. Jones. There's a penetrating pass. Doesn't matter though, not a good one. Gilloway, well tackled by Wilds. I guess that worked fine. Adair. For some reason he goes with the long ball. I will not complain. Yates. Trainer. We've seen worse, but we've seen better chances. Gibson. Yates. Yates towards Gibson. Not offside. Not offside. Gibson intercepted by Owen. And Mr. Kick Grenade doesn't pick this up. But all that aggressive tackling in midfield seems to pay off. Barker. McGilloway. Not a chance this time. This looks like Martin will pick it up. He does. Oh, come on, it's a corner. Seriously? Why? Roberts. Not a problem. Not by now. McGilloway. Gibson didn't intercept that ball. Well headed. Mr. Kick Grenade and Yates. Goldsworthy. Owen. Long ball towards Roberts. Where's Wilds is in the middle of the penalty area for some reason. That was close. We will demand more. Here. There no positive reaction though. Byrne. Jones doesn't win the header. Mr. Cake Grenade out here. Nice one. Not one for Yates. Feldstedt. Mr. Cake Grenade again. No cross that reaches the target man. Gibson. Jones. Martin. Byrne. Jones. Nice long ball towards Yates. What a goal! The audacity. Fantastic. Just chips it past the keeper. Byrne and Jones lobs the ball over the defensive back four, and Yates just chips it past the keeper. I'm really excited about this young guy now. Not offside. Great ball control. We can be very happy with that. So I guess this is the time for the praises. Thomas. Barker, McGilloway. Feldstedt is out on the wing. Well defended by Jones. Yates doesn't get that ball. Owen. Williams. Roberts. He does get closed down, and in the second attempt, Byrne manages to win the ball. Nice penetrating pass towards Trainer. Ah! Thomas, Williams. Williams, I think I want him to close down his men a bit more. I want him to close down these people. And preferably tackle a bit harder. I like his role as a target man, it's not like that. But especially Chris Owen seems not to be happy with the situation, I think, from the condition perspective. On the other hand, this guy is really slow. Who has worse composure and passing? Gooder Williams. Chris Owen is the better one of the two. So his passing is the more dangerous one, so I guess we do not want to force errors on the other one. We want to force the errors on Chris Owen, do we? Yeah, sure. We can argue the other way around, really. I don't have a strong opinion on that. But, well, it says here Gooder Williams, so I guess we can alternate, I don't know. So, mark Chris Owen out of the game. That's not a bad choice, I think. Tackle him a bit harder. And, well, we cannot trigger the press on him any more than we do. That said, Chris Owen is not a strong guy. He's very tall, though, in comparison to... Well, he's not that tall. But he has decent jumping in comparison to Yates. His heading is shit, though. Do we want him to be marked tightly? Why not? And in case we don't succeed, he will play a pass. But we want to trigger the press on Gooder Williams. Let's see if this works. Owen with another dangerous long ball. Weaver. Yeah, this is what we try to avoid. At least we should. Roberts with a free kick. Yeah, Yates misses out on this opportunity. Martin. Weaver, that should be clear offside. It is. Wonderful. Trainer is complacent after the positive feedback. Seriously? Gibson was booked. So we will tell him to ease off tackles now. Byrne. Free kick towards Mr. K. Grenade. Header. We'll get there. Expected goals wise, it doesn't even look that impressive. But you can see the defensive focus. Yates doesn't manage to win that one. That's well done. Gibson. Adair. Gibson again. Gibson towards Mr. K. Grenade. Can he find a cross? He can. A bad one at that. We expected this, right? Our crossing isn't great. We just do this due to the defensive weaknesses of the opponent. Wilds. Over. I guess that's a plus. Wilds again. Who's out there? Mr. K. Grenade. Well, his crossing is not much better. Wilds. Jones. Over again. If only Jones had better crossing. He's overconfident after the feedback and he's complacent. So, that settles the team talk for us, does it? Not another corner situation. And that's a really bad pass. Martin picks that one up. Byrne. Martin penetrating pass towards Gibson. Ah, just over. It looked like it was destined for the corner of the net. Just over. So, with the exception of this situation, we are totally fine. Sure, I would love to have a bit more off the ball. And, well, off the ball is okay. But I would love to have a bit more of better chances, I guess. And this might come down to a lack of endeavor on the pitch and a bit of complacency. So we will try to focus them, set their heads right. And the one that needs praise is Harry Martin. He's fantastic. No additional change. Freddie Wilds, on the other hand, I'm not so sure about. We will tell him in no uncertain terms. And similar argument can be made for these. But we will go with a calm fashion, I guess. This is okay. 6.6 rating is still one to be mentioned, right? Also, Mr. K Grenade is on a 6.5, so this is not good enough. I think that's okay. For the rest of them, I don't want to overdo it. I guess Gibson could need to be reminded that he's on a yellow card. So, still calming. I guess reluctantly facing the team. Okay, no reaction. The rest of them, I don't want to risk it. On a 7.1 rating or something, you don't want to go there and praise the player. It might result in complacency. And he's in a good mood, or Yates was in a good mood in this situation, so I'd rather not do that. Wow, Gibson on a yellow card. What a way to introduce yourself. Goldsworthy with the cross towards Roberts. He's not marked. Weaver. Well done. Well intercepted by Adair towards Yates. I want to see if they made changes. Doesn't look like it. This is a similar setup or the same. That said, the central defenders look tired. For some reason. We are giving them the cross treaty already. Baker isn't the fastest guy in the room. He is though. Goldsworthy is rather fast. So I guess the argument can be made that we should put balls behind this side. Here. Or overlap here or something. But I'd rather go with the long balls. Yates. Ooh, wow. That's not even a yellow? Seriously, man? He fell like a tree. Byrne. Martin. Jones. Jones with the dribble. Adair. Cross from deep as instructed. Gibson. It's not the third. Oh. Ryan. Why? Wilds. Nope. No good defensive heading here. Wilds again with yet another cross. Not a chance for Trainer. Where do we go? Feldstedt. Please tell me that you can retain possession. Adair. Wilds. Adair. Feldstedt. Wilds. Wilds loses the ball. Wins the ball. Wilds. Nice short pass. Trainer. He went with the shot. On his weak foot. Yeah, that. I'm not sure if this was the right choice. Should have gone for the dribble, maybe. Gillaway with a lob to a penalty area. Nice ball. Martin. Trainer. Byrne. There was a chance for to go with a long ball here, but I guess they didn't realize it. Wilds, cross from deep as instructed. Owen Gibson. Look at these defensive headers. As if we knew it. Did they make changes yet? Nope. Not yet. Barker. Not a bad one, there was a duel there. Trainer. Oh, come on, seriously. What a fluke of a goal. How? After throw in. So Barker goes with the throw. That's okay. Trainer challenges Cummings, which is not a bad choice. These two are covered. Feldstedt covers Evans. Gibson covers Weaver. Jones is somewhere in the middle of nowhere. I'm not annoyed by this. Adair comes close for some reason. And here there's Thomas. He's challenged by 3 people. Gibson stays with Weaver, which is not a bad thought. And 3 people are incapable of intercepting that pass. I don't know what to do there. Seriously. It's just, I don't know. They were not available in their heads, I guess. Jones, that was close. He's tired. Hi. Any ideas on that last goal that we conceded? Thomas, Evans, lobs it. Feldstedt with the foul. I guess it was the right decision in this situation. We need to get Jones off. Not funny. Like, seriously. I'm really trying to adhere to well, I guess what you taught me is a bit overdoing it. But I'm really trying to get down to the level of detail that we need. And there's some weaknesses in this squad, and I guess I identified some of them at least. So we're trying to exploit those. But still, our defending is so bad sometimes. We need better players. I guess that's the story. He doesn't have great strength. He's really slow. Not a great choice as a defender, as a replacement for Jones. That's it. There's not much between the two. We can put McDowell in. The weaknesses? I'm fine. Thank you very much. Hope you're doing okay yourself. Yeah, the weaknesses are well, there's multiple, but I guess the most obvious one is that the defensive heading isn't great. That's good. I like to hear that. I like that. So hopefully I can keep that going. Yeah, they have weaknesses in their defensive heading. Look at these instructions. That's a bit much, right? They are slow in central defense. But one of their defenders, this one, he's rather fast. Yeah, I spent time on the balcony too. But as I said, the central defenders are really slow. So we stand a chance to place a cross right behind them. And in fact we did. But I'm not so sure if I want to go with pass into space. That's a bit overdoing it maybe. So we go with more crossing, even though our crossing isn't that great. Because we expect them to misplace some of these headers. The kind of slow that is acceleration 3 and pace 4. No. Acceleration and pace slow. And this combined with bad heading, I expect crosses to get in there. And even though he might reach the ball with his jumping reach of 9, I expect him to misplace a header. So I would need to rewind this game, but this resulted in a goal. So the way we expected it to go, it did go like this. Because I think it was Goody Williams who got his head to the ball in the penalty area, headed it out straight into the feet of... I think it was Ryan. What's his last name? Ryan Gibson. So Ryan Gibson had his goal. He didn't. Well, in that case it was Yates, but somebody picked up that ball. Well, it's not that their agility is that impressive, is it? So, I guess we can make a similar argument about both. Or they, at least they, we can argue that they complement each other in this area. And we also noticed that in the case of Ross Weaver, for example, Ross Weaver is a decent passer, but his off-the-ball movement isn't that impressive and he doesn't have great composure. So this is a case for a tight mark and for closing him down. That gets amplified by the fact that his dribbling is 2 to 4. So he doesn't have great ball control, other than the passing itself. And he will not outrun his marker in general. In fact, I wanted to go... I was thinking about going with a ball-minute midfielder. Yes, we do. We do. So, low dribbling, low composure. If his bravery was low on top, I would go with hard tackling. Right? But I expect us to win the tackle on him. And in fact, we do. This happened within the game. We witnessed it so far, so I'm happy with that. A similar argument can be made for Roberts, which is a bit weird, because this is the defensive midfielder. He still has acceptable passing, but his jumping reach is so bad that he's a case for a tight mark too. Look at this guy. I don't want to insult anyone with low height in real life, but he's a dwarf, more or less, at least on a footballer's pitch. So I guess that's a case for a tight mark, because we can out-head him in most cases. He might push his marker though. Yeah, off-the-ball movement is really bad, so he will not outrun his marker, even though our marking is really shitty in midfield, and his dribbling isn't great either. He will win back the ball, and then he might lose it immediately. That's a concept. The problem is, yeah, he doesn't. But determination, I think... Yeah, it's a commitment to succeed. So I think determination is more of a thing if the team goes down a goal. But I'm not sure about that. I think that at least that's how I learned it. Determination is the willingness, I think, to... to do your best in unkind circumstances, I think. So after going down a goal, basically. In any case, that's why we went with these instructions. Agility? Why agility? That's movement related, right? But this is strictly physical, so yeah, this is strictly the physical side. You can make a similar argument against with stamina. So agility in the short term, sure, and stamina in the long term. Yeah, no. That's different directions. It clearly states here. Acceleration is the how quickly to get to top speed. Agility is just the change in movement direction. It's about basically, how do I put this? It's the change in trajectory, the angle. How fast he can change the angle in for his trajectory. Or start and stop. That trajectory, or that change, I think. I think this is left and right. You might be right though. This might be in all directions or all of those. I think this might be in all of those, and acceleration is the amount of change per time if he has committed in one direction. Maybe this is all of those and I mistook. That makes sense. So this is why agility is included in the overall quickness, right? This is why agility is part of quickness as an aggregate. That makes sense. So I guess you're right. Thank you very much. I wasn't aware of that. That's news to me. Yeah. Okay. So, in any case, so much for that explanation. With Barker here, he's not the fastest guy, but the problem is on his side we don't have a really fast guy. That said, he's got decent positioning and marking, so it's unlikely that we can play past him. He's in a role though that is, he plays as a wingback, I think on attack duty. I'm not entirely sure. We can trigger the press on him though. He has no great composure and his dribbling isn't that great, and win the ball from him. In case we get that, that's good, because it might happen high on the pitch. I'm not so sure about passing into space. Yeah, so it's not about pace, that's for sure. The pace is for the long balls. If you're within the penalty area, it's more about acceleration and agility. I really need to learn. Is it pronounced agility or agility? I guess it's probably both, depending on who you ask.
Agility.
It's agility. Okay, fine. Thank you very much, Google Translate. So it's agility. Yeah, but I'm certain there is some sort of dialect that butchers that. Let me go for the light switch for a second. I really need new lights here, better ones. Okay, so there's that. I'm not so sure about penetrating passes behind the defensive line. Our striker isn't the fastest guy in the room, Yates, and the alternative would be even worse. That said, he has decent off-the-ball movement and anticipation, so he might compete with the central defenders. Also, he's got decent strength. He's on support duty though, but I don't think that matters much, considering that one of our goals was created with a lob past the defensive line. We basically ran past them despite not being specifically instructed to go with penetrating passes. I think it was Jones that lobbed it past the defensive line. What? Just tell me. And this guy is really fast, but he's faced with a fast defender. Trainer, on the other hand, he's faster than his marker. So penetrating passes here would be a good idea. Low concentration. His concentration is 5. For this level, this is low, but not very low. This is borderline acceptable. Also, he's 18 years old. So, sure, we need to think in the now, and not in the future in 5 years. But I think he'll be okay. That said, I don't want to... Okay, but I don't want to supply him with... Well, I don't want to supply him with the balls behind the defensive line right now. Because I think Trainer is the one to receive these right now. He needs those. This is the side that is gifted with the wing back that isn't fast enough, that has decent crossing himself, but he might not be available to defend here. So we want to play down there, right? Forget about playing down the right. Forget about overlapping. We don't want to overlap in this situation. We want to pass into space. And we want to do it on the left. Down trainer's area. In fact, we'll take him on attack duty. Garvin? Who's Garvin? I don't... Trainer. Oh yeah. His jumping reach is 7 though. There's... Let me see. He has bravery 18. Do you want to, given this sample of attributes, do you want to stick with that assessment? There's a lot of left to be desired here, right? As a target mon. As a target forward. And also his dribbling would go to waste as well as the other stuff, so yeah, I'm not so sure. We can, but in this situation I think we should go with him. This time. And so I'm trying to do this right now. We will pass into space down the left. So for him, this is why I will change him for... Not just yet. I will change him to be on attack duty now. To run for the balls. To get further forward. I want him to pick up these balls. He's not great at it though, with the anticipation and the off-the-ball movement. That said, he has the pace and the acceleration. So in case he does manage to get there, sure. Nat is on the bench, so this is not an option. But Nat Brotherton has a decent pass. So if we use him as an inverted winger in this area, this would force the fullback to cut inside a little bit, and it would put increased pressure on the central defenders. And the central defenders right now, we cannot see this here, this is on the tablet, I cannot pull this up right now. Well, we can't see it here. They are moderately exhausted. I know. For a winger, this is no good, right? His technicals are okay though. His vision, not so much. His dribbling, not so much. There's a reason why he got demoted to 2 silver stars immediately, for some reason. But he trains well, so I guess I want to give him some time on the pitch too. He's in perfect morale too. And Mr. K. Grenade doesn't have a great game. I don't know. Also, his natural fitness is 16, so this shouldn't decline by any stretch of the imagination. He just needs time on the pitch. So let's experiment with this, okay? Because Mr. K. Grenade, well, but he's fired up. No, I don't want to put him off. I don't think that's a good idea. Gibson, on the other hand, is on a yellow card. Not so sure. I feel like Sam Jones in particular, he has a good game so far, but he's dangerous in defense now to be left on the pitch. We could do it this way. We bring off Jones. Put Wilds on covering duty. as a central defender. Oh, he doesn't know how to play this. But I guess what we can do is we bring Moody on. Moody's not that fast, so Feldstedt remains in his duty. Moody's not great, but he is aggressive, he has a decent tackle, so hopefully he can make it. He can make it for the remainder of the game. And Jones goes off too. Well, obviously, because McDowell comes on. We have McDowell for these kinds of situations, and in this situation, McDowell can run. He has a decent tackle. And we can specifically instruct him. So forget about the dribble less, he will not adhere to that anyway. We will tell him to cross from deep to reduce risk. I do not want him to overlap, even though he can. But I want him to remain in the back. Because I expect the penetrating passes to go towards Trainer. He's on penetrating duty here. Alright, enough talk. And hopefully we will see passes, basically, no, we are on this side, right? Yeah, so basically passes down here. That's my goal right now. Free kick. Weaver deflected. I will demand more. We had some complacency on the pitch already. That's too much. Oh, yeah. You know what I was going to say. Well defended. Gibson again. Evans over. I'm really impressed by Gibson's defensive performance in this game. Even though it isn't his primary job. Yeah. Well, the tablet's open. So we want to go behind this defensive line. Here. This is where we penetrate. And this is due to the fact that they are slow and they are moderately exhausted or very exhausted. It's not... Look at this. This is still fair. And here it's poor. Fantastic. Great interface design. So I guess one of the two is delayed. In other areas, there's not much change other than Cummings on a deep lying forward duty. I don't think he was a deep lying forward at the start of the game, or I didn't realize it. That said, it's a role that suits him to a degree, but I expect this to be attack duty. That's just one wing back. And Goldsworthy is very fast. See? He's not slower than Mr. K Grenade. And he has decent positioning too. So I do not expect us to stand much chance here due to Mr. K Grenade's superior pace and acceleration, because he is 12-12. So this duel is more or less on level. And the wingback, yeah, I talked about this previously. He's slow. His pace is 7, his acceleration is 6, his positioning is 10, but we might outrun him if we pass into space. If we do not pass, you know, on towards him basically, but above him or past him. That said, it's Trainer in this area. Where's Trainer? He's on the yellow card now. Trainer is not the fastest guy in the room, and he's not very anticipative, I guess. If only we had another runner on the bench, right? One that is not blessed with a yellow card. We could switch sides and put Mr. K Grenade there. His anticipation is even worse though. That said, that would be an idea. He doesn't know how to play there though. Nah, let's leave it like this. This is probably better. At least that's what I'm hoping for. McDowell, Gibson, Yates. Nice one. Oh, trainer. Well, we had a finish. Given that they didn't react well to our demand more, I will go with encouragement again. Yellow card for whom? For their players, still they get the free kick. I don't know what's happening. McDowell. Gibson doesn't pick up the ball. That should be offside. It's intercepted though. And now it's offside. Yeah, well, hopefully. Burn. Burn. I would have taken a direct goal from a free kick too. Adair is tired. Okay. So, given Adair's tiredness, I think it's time for Jamie Roberts to make an appearance. He's motivated, so that's good. Michael Kelly can make an appearance too. Harry Martin has a really good game, but this is due to the goal. Otherwise, he's tired, and I think Michael Kelly needs... Never mind. This is not a defensive midfielder. Michael Kelly is a replacement for the playmaker. But similar argument here. Michael Kelly can come on for Burn. And that leaves us with Cloyd as a striker and Brotherton, who is in really great morale. He trains really well. He deserves his time on the pitch at this point. So Mr. K. Grenade can go off. And we will put Brotherton to inverted winger duty. And tell him to... How's his flair and so on? His flair isn't that bad, his passing isn't that bad. He can take passing risks for us, at least at this point in time. I don't think he's a good shooter. So, in fact, he's a horrible shooter. So that's not a thing for him. That said, we will still want him to cross more often. He might cross towards the target man and might deflect towards trainer. So, that's a thing. Everybody happy and motivated. We took the ones with the good morale though, so that's an easy guess. Adair with a cross from deep as instruct. Oh no! It was the right choice by Gibson, was it? It was the right choice, and Yates was, well, not very concentrated. Roberts. Nope. Evans wins the duel. McDowell picks up the ball. Roberts. Brotherton. Roberts. Towards Brotherton. Is this offside? It is. Was a close one. Now Feldstad is really tired. We've got 15 minutes to go. Feldstad with a long ball towards Gibson. Will Gibson pick up that ball? He might. Owen. Evans, Parfit, Roberts. Let's see. They did substitute now. Yeah, he's better. That said, he's not a pacey guy. So I will stick with the point. And we will instruct him to close down Chris Owen. Yeah, no, not Chris Owen, Mr. Parfit. And Davies. How's Davies? So, apparently there's a change. Because Brotherton is not a fast guy, but he's way faster than their defender out there. So this is Davies here. look at that. We should be able to exploit this. To find some space behind him. So that means... What about Parfit? He's not a great passer, so I want us to press him. I think Yates can pull that off. At least to a degree. I just want to restrict the time on the ball. But we can go down both wings now. Because they substituted their wing back on the other side. Well, the fullback. And that fullback should be slower. So even Brotherton has a chance there. McDowell, well done. Feldstedt. Martin. Feldstedt. Moody. Not what I wanted to see. Kelly, new playmaker on the pitch. Martin. Decent ball towards Gibson. Picks up the ball. Gibson, Brotherton, clearly not offside. Brotherton. Oh! Oh! What an interesting pass! Yates doesn't manage to find the back of the net though. Roberts with the corner. Nice one. Nope. And this ends up with Evans. He's well marked though, so nothing should happen. And it doesn't. Yates on a yellow card now. I think we can reduce his hard tackling now. He can go with the easy tackles instead. Gibson. Gibson manages to keep hold of the ball. Kelly, Moody. Feldstedt. Feldstedt. Behind the defense for Trainer. It's offside. 2 additional substitutes. Williams and Butler come on. I don't know about these, so let's see. Butler is a... These are both wingers. Well, inverted wingers maybe. Butler is a really slow left-footed midfielder. He doesn't belong there. So I guess that means that we can push the fullbacks forward. He shouldn't be able to outrun whoever is on... Oh, well, it's Roberts though. Roberts is not that fast. If Roberts were faster, then we should stand a chance there. Well, he has pace 9. So, forget about that, we will risk it. I want to win this match. So, we will put Roberts on attack duty. And force the winger to make a decision. Either stick in the middle of the pitch and go with his pace of 5 to be closed down by Roberts anyway in defense, or to run with Roberts and be basically nailed to his own defensive line. And what's with the other guy? The other one is probably a fast one there. Yeah, he's fast. That said, we have a fast defender up there. I know. There's one. Yes, I know. This is due to the fact that we wanted to play penetrating passes behind him. And I wanted him to be able to run for them. And to focus on this. That said, it might not be Brotherton. That's an idea too, yeah. We can do that. Or we can overlap on the right. Both could work. But I think Jamie Roberts' anticipation is much better. Obviously this delays play a little bit. But I'd rather have Brotherton do the passing and Roberts do the running. Because Roberts is not a great passer. He's a decent runner though, pace-wise. Brotherton, on the other hand, is similar, but he can play a pass. And he might not need to play a pass behind, he doesn't need to target Roberts with his passing. Maybe he finds Yates or Trainer, or Gibson. So in a way, this is a playmaker situation to me. If you want to put it that way. Does that make sense? Hopefully it does. So I'm gonna stick to this. I don't think so. So I disagree due to... You can say in 10 minutes you can tell me that I told you so. Seriously. And that's fine. We will not find out. Because I think it's better this way around. I want Brotherton to do the passing. I don't think he needs to attack the space. Here. Feldstedt with a free kick. Butler. Not a problem for Roberts. Cross from deep by Roberts. Gibson. And it's offside. Williams on a yellow card now. Who's Williams? It's one of theirs. Martin, Gibson. Come on, Gibson. Wasteful effort. But he tried. We will encourage them once more. Last time. Expected goals wise, we deserve to win this match now. Yates. Yates towards trainer. That's a problem with attack duty on them. I guess an argument can be made that support duty is better. So that he doesn't start in... Oh, come on, seriously? Butler. Over. We got lucky. Coleman doesn't have a great day. Williams. Martin wins the ball. McDowell. 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 Martin. McDowell. Come on, man. McDowell. Nice pass towards Martin. And Feldstedt. Kelly. Nice ball. Yates. Fuck me. Why? Owen takes his time, apparently. Feldstedt, well done. McDowell, trainer. Martin. Yates. Kelly. Martin. Feldstedt with a long ball. Yates doesn't win the duel. Thomas. Nah, that's a foul and that's the game, probably. If we can defend the situation, that is. Well, we've got a two-man wall there, so I guess there's that. Butler with the kick. Yates, well defended. I guess it's a draw. So now you can tell me told you so. But I doubt it would have gone another way. Actually, I think it's more likely that the trainer should have been on support duty. He didn't serve any positive purpose on attack duty. He just didn't manage to pull that off. And to expect of our players to do something that we would want them to do ideally probably isn't a good idea if they are incapable of doing it. So we should have stuck to the support duty here. Roberts on attack, on the other hand, he's got the anticipation and the pace to a degree. So against these opponents I don't feel this is a wrong choice, even though the outcome might not be the favorable one. That said, the defensive errors, they need to be cut. Anyway, we get a point. Point's a point, point's good. And I'm happy with that performance overall. No use talking to individuals, I think. They are delighted, fired up and so on, so I guess this is good. Nobody's fired up. But to increase their mood overall, I think is good. I don't care so much about the yellow cards either. That's okay. There, 5 points. It's not great, but we got a point. And for a league game, basically, we just want to get a point every single game. That's alright. Rooney has horrible training performances. Well, he's upset now. Cool. I guess I should have seen that coming. One journalist. Wow. Yeah, sure. Of course there is something to this story. Ah. The relationship with the board is fantastic. Always has been. Not a problem. So next game is against Port Talbot. We do not know if they have any obvious weaknesses. And that match tactics training might not be that good of an idea. What's missing with the team right now? From familiarity perspective, this will settle. Not within the next week, I think, but I don't want to spend time training passing training and tempo if this will be resolved within the remainder of the week. We have other areas that we need to improve in. Dynamics, for example. So, given that they just came from a match, we can do team bonding here. And this defending training doesn't serve an immediate purpose. It's a long-term allocation. We could use an immediate purpose though. We have a decent jumper that is not a good header, and a decent jumper that is a decent header at best. I'm thinking corners. Problem is, how's the opposition? A good jumper and a really shitty header. A decent jumper and a decent header, so I don't think this is viable. Corners probably not a good idea. Free kicks or something maybe. That's not good tackling. That's not good tackling. That's good tackling. That's good tackling too for this level. I thought maybe we can force free kicks or something. So I guess we can go with overall training in the end, because defending doesn't feel like it's strictly needed. Something like this. Now we have some time to kill. Okay, so Garen Davis was player of the week. We don't even know about him. Yeah, that needs to change. Sure. We like to spend on the scouting these days. How is it? Where's scouting? Scouting costs. The season sees us with scouting costs of a whopping 700 euros so far. I guess that's okay. We'll see. We will match the 4 digits immediately. We'll make it. But with this club's financial circumstances, I think we can afford some scouting. So Nathan Giller improved his penalty taking by a little. That's about it. We do not play with an advanced forward anymore. And neither do we play with a poacher. He's not that fast. The acceleration is good though. The jumping is okay. His strength is horrible. His balance is shitty. His heading is good. I guess he can go and lift weights for half a decade. That's not too bad though. Off the ball movement is good. He really needs those physicals. So the rest is fine, more or less. I guess additional first touch and dribbling wouldn't hurt. And obviously the bravery. The bravery is really bad. But I guess lift and weights it is. Are they? It will not have any more results. You think so? Okay, so I guess your jumping will not improve then. What can we do instead? As a target man? I guess off the ball movement and anticipation, cause why not? This is always good for a striker. So now he doesn't like the standard of the strength coaching. Yeah, me too. Who else? Why is there 1 day of rest? I did not rest him. I didn't comment on this in the press conference either. Is this the home team that does this kind of shit? I didn't. And Andy Rooney. He doesn't like the high amount of extra training. Yeah, well, I saw that coming, right? And now he's unhappy with the standard of strength coaching, and he will be unhappy with basically everything. Okay, now he's happy apparently. So I guess that's alright. And Nathan Giller isn't happy with training. That should be settled. But there's a lot of complaints about the standard of the coaching here. Why though? This is not good enough. Seriously? For this level? Well, he's good here. So we can remove this. That's a little bit better at least. Is there a 6'5" area? There isn't. That's it. He could do this too. It's a matter of focus now. So I guess I would prioritize defending. If you put it like this, then... No, not like this, like this. Then we will have a bigger emphasis on defending, not so much on attacking. Given their attributes, I think that's a viable choice. Also distributes workload a bit better. And Gareth Rowland, he might just get to do another license. But for now he can do whatever he wants in the U19. How's this in the first team, by the way? Yeah, we need another coach. That's it. That's all there is to it. We just need another coach that focuses on a specific area. And we have a coaching, you know... we have applicants. But even those that would improve the coaching team. The problem is the board here. I want the board to improve this. But we can't. Do we have other personnel available, by the way? So maybe we can fake this. We have scouts. We have a physio and a head physio. And a director of football. So say... Let's look through these. Say one of these would be willing to be a coach too, or we could even use a player. What about Sam Jones, for example? I don't want to lose him, but he has staff attributes. He can do defending coaching. One of them, at least. Well, he can't. Still. So, possession training or defending training would be okay. He has scouting knowledge in Ireland, by the way. So, I'd like to have him as a staff member. Can we get him to sign a deal like this? He's not wanted by anyone. And I want him to be player and coach. Ha! We might sign him on a part-time contract there. So what's it worth to us? For our level, this is throwing money at him, right? We leave the appearance fees, whatever. That would bind him to the club. We would have a mentor and we would have a coach at the same time. If we leave him a choice, he will probably decline. So I'm going overboard with this. Let's put him to 25, set this to non-negotiable. And we can renegotiate this later on. So we might as well give him a clean sheet bonus. And an unused substitute fee. And maybe some sort of loyalty bonus, I don't know. Too much money. For some reason he agrees to this. It might have to do with... Fantastic. And now we will negotiate him down. If we can. Yeah, he wants to keep that money though. Okay, so let me put it this way. This is a way to pave the path, right? To pave the path, whatever. And he will still play. Will he want to go with a second year? Do we want a second year? So first of all, we try for 20. Nope. It was an idea. So the 250 euros, I don't know, might be money well spent. Okay, he wants to do it for 1 year, fine. So then he can have some coaching experience. And I don't want to restrict his time, so no coaching course for him. But I want to look at the staff attributes for a second. I might have... Nah, that's alright. This is good. I will look this up anyway. This is one. Yeah, that's fine. So his defending coaching is 2 stars. If we set him to 1 category, that's totally fine. He can do that. And it will probably increase whilst he's employed with the club, right? Due to the fact that he has a dual learning input, basically. He grows as a player as well as a coach. We might even increase his determination with official warnings and so on. So maybe his mentals go up a little bit. Due to our impact, because he's still playing stuff. That would be wonderful. Oh. I just realized right now we lost 2 followers. That's sad. Well, I guess that happens. You can't blame people. Okay, so next match is against Port Talbot. Is there anything we know about these other than 2 players are on the shortlist for some reason? Why is that? Yeah, they signed players that we want. They signed players that we wanted previously. So I guess that's a plus. That we know about these players. But he had a poor performance. He was on a 6.1 rating. If only he could stop complaining. Well, we'll let him leave due to the complaining at one point. We'll just throw him out of the club. We'll find somebody else. Who cares about 15 points of finishing if you complain all the time? I lost chocolate. Nose. Wow. I wasn't aware that he was Irish. That might really help, because once he's considered staff, That opens up scouting knowledge in Ireland, if I'm not mistaken. Is there anyone else? Well, he's Irish. Ryan Gibson is Irish too. Well, he's young. Michael Kelly is very young, so not a choice. But we might include... Oh, there's a Scottish one. Shay Kirk is Scottish? Well, he's too young to be a staff member though. There's an idea though. We might look for staff that has second nationality something. No, but we might look for playing staff though. Forget about that. Can we look for scouting knowledge? Oh, this is how much we know about the player. Yeah, I don't care. So we can go with not this. We can go with nationality first. Obviously we know a lot of Welsh players. Scottish players not so much. Do we know of Irish players or Northern Irish? It's not in here. Europe, Irish. There's a few. And all of these are on trial for some reason. Well, that might be. That's not bad. Why is this guy rated 2 stars? This is not 2-star. Sure, the rest of his physicals is shit, but this is not 2-star. He's 20. Ha! Let me compare this to Elena for a second. Yeah, forget about Elena. Cool. This would be an improvement, would it? Obviously it takes some time till he comes over signing for us. But, well, he's with Landmid Major right now. So this is within our own league. Sure, he's not the fastest guy in the room. He plays his shots, that's okay. He plays with back to goal, that's okay too. For our formation, that is. Any opinions on this guy? Passing is alright. His teamwork is alright, work rate is alright. Say we need a defensive forward. Yeah, he will not do probably, but at least he will try. How's media handling? Outspoken and volatile. Yeah, that's a minus, obviously. So that's a trade-off again. Determination is 10 though, that's alright. That implies very high controversy and very low temperament. I'm not so sure. I guess we will need to include him and see. And breakthrough prospect, say future prospect. Sure! You will play for free, will you? Don't tell me they pay you. Well, okay. €25 per game, fantastic. I wanted to see if we have Northern Irish players too. There's one of those that didn't want to come in for trial, by the way. So yeah, there's Northern Irish players too that are perfectly fine to a degree. I don't need a second Rooney in the squad. 18-year-old Stephen Smith, though. I guess he's okay. But we have a goalkeeper right now. David Moran, maybe? No. So, in fact, I was looking for an older player here. Jordan Clark is Northern Irish. Yep, someone like this. Because we don't know about his nationality. Yeah, not the nationality. We don't know about the personality right now. So this is really interesting. If the personality is any good, which the 17 points of determination say he's fairly determined, most likely. Motivating 4 is really bad. But he's got good... I think discipline is related to pressure and player attributes. I'm not so sure. But he might be an acceptable coach. And he brings scouting knowledge in Northern Ireland. So we want him to come in on trial. Immediately. And I don't care so much about the rest of it. If his personality is good on top, that would be a wonderful addition to the squad. First as a player, and then we will just sign him as a staff member immediately. For the scouting knowledge, really. Fantastic, thank you very much. Hopefully he comes over. Great. We know this one. And we know this one. No news. He's fairly determined, yeah, well, no news. For the attributes we will need to wait and see. But this smells like playmaker to me. A playmaker with a decent long shot at that. That's not a bad choice. I'm not sure what this means. This is what you get for commenting on YouTube. So, a user on YouTube named Dominic, I guess, commented on the first episode of this Taffs Well adventure, and I said, "You played month of game in 8 hours, bruh." I don't know if this is a positive or a negative. For some people it might be a positive, because I take my time. For some people it might be really annoying. 8 hours for a month of game. So, I don't know. I will need to ask. Who is this guy? Oh. He's a trialist. That doesn't like to take long shots, but has decent finishing. Yeah, I guess we can see that. Training schedule here, that's alright. That's done, sir. What happened? Nothing. Okay. Let's go through this. Yeah, we signed him, that's true. For no money whatsoever. And Aaron Jones. Sure. The bots' names get more interesting every day. I seriously should do an episode of just chatting and we'll look at the bots' names. And at their profile pictures on top, I guess. This is really interesting. Some of these remind me of my times in EVE Online. Always use a female avatar with a slightly, how do I put this? With a name that is slightly related to certain intercourse practices. Or to certain fetishes. And it just works. Men are stupid. In general. That's true. This is okay. He's not great, but what do I care? He can start his training immediately and maybe we just get something out of him. It's an inverted wing or support duty, cause I guess that's more like it. We could try to do attack duty on him, but, well, his anticipation is not worse than his vision, is it? And it would include his flare and get rid of stamina and work rate, so I guess that makes some sense. So attack duty it is. In fact, I think we could play him like this, with the mentals, even though he's no good at it, if he had better technicals. Or the other way around. So, given that he has pace, agility and acceleration, we wouldn't need to improve his running, would we? So, ball control it is, sir. Get it up to 8 or something. That's a bit unlikely, but we can try. Fixtures? Oh, there's fixtures. This is in the cup and it doesn't affect us. So, we have 3 scouts and they have nothing to do? So we do it like this. Just scout 3 games and see if there's something worthwhile in there. Probably not, but who knows? Great. Thank you very much for going there. Why is that? Oh, this is we know which club we will play in the cup. So Port Talbot actually won that game, which means there is a match here. This match is on Saturday, so this is our training setup, and this is a cup game, so we will definitely do penalties here. That's it. They caused a shock, apparently. Cool. So, there's very good responses for the coaching here. Apparently, I'm not so convinced, but it doesn't matter much. We'll just continue this. In case we get another coach in. So, this is about a coaching spot, though. Yeah, we basically need coaches allowed here. If we can get that is good. And then, obviously, the board needs to agree. Thomas Bullock. He completes his trial with us tomorrow. This was the light-hearted guy that was volatile, was it? No, he's media friendly. But I still think, well, I guess he can do. He's a 19-year-old though. And the problem is he's on a really expensive contract. Even if we loan him in, is he any better than what we have? No, he isn't. The pace is concerning. I don't think so. Seriously? Fuck off. It needs to be a secondary job, does it? Oh. So if we had any other openings, we could do that. But right now we cannot. We need another job opening to do this. Anything. 2 games against Port Talbot Town. At least we will have them figured out, hopefully. It's tomorrow? Oh. So apparently we skipped through the entire week of training. Okay. How's familiarity? So passing style and tempo are more or less perfect. I was a bit off with my prediction that this will be perfect at this point. It isn't. We still need to talk to the players. So I guess we can do that prior to doing the the press conference. And there is some progress here. It's not great, but there is. Yeah, this is one of these examples where he will be at the end of his career. He will have come on of area 15 and communication will still be 5. You'll see. But he trained well. His form, on the other hand, wasn't great. This is not enough for an official warning, but it's not good. His passing was good though. Not that we can say anything about this. So I guess we will criticize his goalkeeping. Sure. How's Chris Adair? Given the fact that this is a 17-year-old, I think we can be happy with this. His tackling was off. His interceptions were okay. He created 1 chance. I don't feel like this is much cause of complaint. His training isn't great, but given the controversy of this entire squad, I don't think we want to criticize him for it. There's enough problems with criticizing players at this point. He trains well. For a 32-year-old anyway, right? 2 tackles, 2-1, so this is 100% tackling. We cannot even recommend his performance there. Guess that's okay here. His form is... It has an upwards trend. That's good. Man. His decision-making, positioning and marking are really bad. If not for the personality, he would probably not stand a chance on the pitch. Hopefully he can improve a little bit, even though he's old. I would even accept a decline in jumping reach at this point, even though that's highly unlikely. Or, I don't know, in balance. Did he ever play on this level? Extremely happy with training and has a very professional attitude. Well, who could have guessed with a professional personality, right? Does he have a mentoring group? I think he does. In fact, yes, he does. He's in the social group others though. What's the core social group then? Yeah. They do not form a social group because they are too professional for the rest of the club. I guess Coleman could fit that description too. There will need to be changes at some point. Felstead. That's decent training. I will not complain. It's good. His form, his heading is great. No present conduct there. Freddie Wilds 7.0 isn't wonderful, but I guess we can accept that. 6.3 isn't good. So we will not find the players just yet, given the reaction by the last one. But we will tell him that this is no good, and I think his defensive performance is not that great either. He can accept that, that's okay. Martin, 8.35, wonderful training. Might be a bit of a problem if you praise him on the training every single time. He scored, he had decent heading, his tackling was okay, his passing was okay. His form improves a lot, but we still need to wait for a few additional games. Okay. So with him, I think we can't praise his last game, right? No, we can't. This is where we were. Ryan Gibson, 7.6 is a decent training rating. So that's good. He focuses on his finish, which is not the worst of ideas given that he plays as a mid-sala. On the other hand, we can argue that he needs to get into these positions more often. So I think it's a viable argument to say his anticipation and decision making needs to be better, because this would have an influence on the forward runs. So if he makes more forward runs, there's more likelihood that he can pick a pass too, other than just the passing and other than just the long shots and the finishing. So this is not only about the finish, this is about getting the opportunity to participate in the game in general. Even though I would like him to have a decent finish, the argument I think can be made that this is more influential on the overall game. So we can focus on that, and I guess his off-the-ball movement will be 10 at some point if we focus on this. The decision making has an impact overall. So the earlier we get that up, the more his performances should improve. I guess that's fine. He had an assist last game. His tackling was 75%. His heading was absolute rubbish. For some reason I thought he scored. He didn't. I will need to rewatch this. Gary Bryan. His training isn't great. But at least the attributes get redistributed in a manner that suits our needs. 6.6 rating isn't great. Is there anything in particular that wasn't great? He didn't create that many chances, it's his job. And he accepts that. Not much else to tell, right? Mr. K Grenade, 7.35. I think his last game wasn't that great. Yeah, 6.3. So, this will see him warned. No chances created. And I don't know, do you have an opinion on this explosive birthday cake? In case you're still listening. Do you think we should give him a rest? Given a 6.3 rating and the fact that we have somebody else that can play that position? I guess his training is okay, given his age. Let's see. Yeah. Maybe put him to the bench. Given trainer didn't have a great game either, did he? Hey, that's not fair. I'm fiddling with player morale right now. I just have a look at training because, well, training rating. What? Hi Hein, welcome back. Also welcome back, Mies. Would you be so kind to spoil us on the result of the Dortmund game? Because I didn't watch it for obvious reasons. So how did it go? Are you serious? 6-0. Well, I guess they need to build a few more cars in Wolfsburg then. You know, to finance the restructuring of the club. With a missed penalty. Wow. Okay. So I missed an opportunity. Where's Wolfsburg in the table right now? I don't follow the first Bundesliga anymore. Well, not that much anyway. Apparently, Sky debates that Dortmund discusses a Marvin Duksch transfer. What? Marvin Duksch of all people? I don't know. Okay. Okay. Well, maybe I'll watch a replay. Yeah, I wanted to see how Bundesliga looks right now. Sorry, I'm not aware of the table anymore, so I need to see this. Typical Wolfsburg, basically. There's nothing to gain other than the Europa League and Champions League, and who wants to play that? It's only about money, and in Wolfsburg they don't need money; they have enough. I'm not fair towards Wolfsburg in this situation, but whatever. So, does one of you have an opinion on Mr. K Grenade's recent performance and the fact that, well, maybe we should rest him? He had a 6.3 rating last game. Maybe one of the others can make an appearance. He wasn't a great influence on the game. That said, he was forced to play against a player with decent acceleration and pace. So his only strength basically came to nothing. With Kevin Trainer... Official warning it is, but it's not like we have that many replacements on the bench. We cannot criticize him for it, for whatever reason. And Toby Yates... I'm not sure if this development is new. It might have been around previously. 7.05 is not good enough to praise him. 7.1 rating, he scored. Not a chance to praise him for that. His heading is so bad. So all these crosses in his general direction were absolute rubbish. I guess we expected that. But we will still warn him about it, even though he has a 7.1 rating. Okay. So apparently leading the line means something different in this situation. I guess the rating wasn't good enough. Dux is a former Dortmund player. Okay. I wasn't aware. But... he wasn't Kiel, was he? Yeah, sure. I don't know. This doesn't feel like a Dortmund transfer to me. He's far too old. So I guess he's at the peak of his performance right now. Whatever that means. Because he's 29. So he gets into the area where strikers, statistically speaking, are best. That's a bit unlikely to most people. But if I remember Socceronomics in the correct manner, I think strikers have their peak between 28 and 32 or something like this. Striker is more of a mental thing. To know where to move, to tap it in. Or, I don't know, to challenge and to repeatedly be annoying until you score. It seems to be more of a mental thing. Quite contrary to Winger, for example. Winger is more about the pace and the physicals in general. But strikers, I think, are better once they are a bit older. In general, that is. So I can see the appeal. But is Marvin Dux really the quality they are looking for? I do not remember him to be a top striker. What did they do to him in Bremen? 12 goals in 31 matches. I guess I missed that. Yeah, so, yeah, okay, I guess. But he's more or less a target man, isn't he? That's alright. But it's not like he reminds of Lewandowski or somebody. Is this the level of play that Dortmund targets these days? No. Not closer together, by the way. I don't know. I think this is perfectly fine to have them with some sort of distance. Why would I? We're favorites for a reason. We are favorites against Port Talbot. I don't know. No, he isn't. Can I see them surviving? Well, if we push them down, then I can't. Great, that's all there is to it. So, first and foremost, the next game is definitely the league game. This is important. Because we can go for a practice run, basically. The cup is more important. Not because the league isn't that important. In fact, the league is very important to us. But this one cup game is more important than the league game, I feel. Just for the monies. Because we can earn like 4k if we win that cup game. And 4k, even though we have a lot of money in the bank, is still a lot of money for us. So we will try. Are there weaknesses? Oh man. So this is a home game. That's a plus. We know that Norman Martin doesn't have great command of area. His communication is a bit off, so there might be miscommunication in the defensive line back there. And, well, he's not that fast. Also, his composure is really bad, as is his passing. So pressing the keeper would be an idea, in case we want to do that. I'm not saying that this is a perfect, but we might do it. Against Norman Martin. I guess we can do all of these within the team selection menu though. Because the opposition instructions might imply that we need to change lineup. That said, how's this guy? Rather slow. Let me look through the training of those that weren't on the pitch last time out. Is there anyone that really impressed? Quite the contrary. Jordan Clark. Ah, that's the trial list. Tumulty. Jumping reaches 2 now. Yay. I guess that's good. He impressed somewhat. Can we... He's unflappable and media friendly and spirited. He's a good personality. I forgot. Can we praise his training? Thanks anyway. Yeah, okay, he can accept that. Fine. So, I think I will put Tumulty here. He's way better than Mr. Cake Grenade, apparently. Skill-wise, that is. I don't know if this is true. I'm still not sure. I guess his technicals are a bit better. But... And his physicals overall, for whatever reason. We'll try. He'll have his time on the pitch. And then there's Rooney. He comes back from his ban. He's absolute rubbish training-wise. But I will stop complaining about this. He's outspoken, volatile and confrontational. Forget about it. He doesn't want to be commented on. I'm not so sure if Rooney will make it in this squad. And this might not go down well with at least one of the watchers, I feel. Elina continues to train well. He has great anticipation too. He's a decent header. Cloyd, on the other hand, doesn't train that well. You know what? Get him off. We'll take Elina with us. I think he deserves it. And even though he's 30-something. And then there's Sam McHugh. Don't think so. I realize that he needs playing time, but I don't see him doing it anytime soon. Elina, on the other hand, why not? Can we use him in a... Oh, there might be a problem with the squad numbers. But I think we can reselect those. It is still the loan window. And apparently this is okay. He's shocked. At least Freddy Wilds accepts his warning. They are... So I think this implies some certain controversy though. He feels even the best players can't always be on form, and this is just something that you should learn to accept. He's debating. It reminds me of myself. And in German, I think we call this relativieren. I don't know what the English equivalent is. Let me see. Relativize, I guess. Oh. Well, that settles the striker debate. at least to a degree. There's our new secondary striker. And then we can get rid of some of the others. Or we keep him in the youth. But he's 20, isn't he? So probably not. Yeah, but it reminds me of myself. Sometimes I tend to debate stuff too much. Critique, for example. Sometimes you just need to accept critique and be happy with the feedback. So that's something I need to learn, I guess. Yeah, and even if you disagree, or if one disagrees with each other, you can always just move on and agree to disagree. Well, will we get to a match? Oh, he will come in January, sure. So, for now he can play for Port Talbot. Was it Port Talbot? No, he's with Lambert Matter, Major. So, but that says he plays there, right? Cool. Why is there no... I guess we don't scout that. But he had 5 appearances. They play him. That's okay. Chris Owen is an interesting personality. And we met him in one of the last games. And he's an interesting signing too. I do not feel like this is horrible. Look at the crossing. That's not too bad for this level. Work rate and teamwork are really good. He's a bit more defensive minded. If we get him on a little bit more pace, he would be totally fine. The rest will sort itself out, more or less. He's a 19-year-old. He doesn't even need to be registered for this squad selection. He's Welsh, is he? He's Welsh. For some reason he's Welsh and he speaks English and Welsh only on a basic level. So, yeah, whatever. I guess that's the way it is in Wales. He doesn't want to come over though. That said, he goes to the shortlist immediately. I think this is a viable option. He's slow. For a wingback, that's not great. But I think he brings some benefits to the club. Other benefits. And even though we tried to exploit his slowness last time out, when we faced him, I think we didn't have that much of success there. Overall, the remainder of his attributes are okay. Okay, so we can criticize him, that's for sure. I will go for a 1-minute break and find out if we do this match today or if we do this match tomorrow. because I want to talk to my management. I promised her to be available in half an hour, and that half an hour has passed without me getting into the match because it took too long to process. So I'll be back. It required some a special form, but we get that half an hour. That's it. We need to win this. If we find a solution against poor Talbot, this would be fantastic. So let's see if we can find weaknesses. Well, if the processing finally ends, that would be wonderful. Don't care. Rooney, he's unhappy with the high amount of extra training he's been asked to do. He doesn't even do a high amount of extra training, does he? I guess we pulled that off. No, he's unhappy with the standard of the strength coaching. So I guess he goes to winger duty. Seriously. Oh, it's due to the flare. Okay. So let him go to winger duty on attack. Due to the flare. Hopefully we can make him happy at some point. There's a friendly proposal between... on Wednesday? Sure, why not? I wanted to go to the match. Okay, so we will go to the match. Oh no, I need to read all of these, do we? Is this today? The trial's finished tomorrow. Forget about these. I will put myself a post-it, basically, telling me that we need to look at all the trial lists. And if I forget it, you need to remind me tomorrow, because I want to do the match today, and I don't want to waste another 15 minutes on looking through these players. I promise that I will be done in half an hour. So let's do this. James is rather slow. That's a good thing. He doesn't have good strength. His finishing is okay. Given that he's not that strong either, I think this is a case of a man mark and a close down. We don't know about his composure though. And his decision making is okay, he works hard. Yeah, man mark, I guess it is. Okay. Liam Thomas. Right-footed only. Liam Thomas has decent composure, no good passing. He's really pacey. To mark him tightly would be dangerous, I feel. The strength and so on is good, but he can outrun his marker repeatedly. So I'm not sure if we want to do that. I would rather go with no specific instruction. Terry Cobb is a midfielder that plays in attacking midfield this time out. He doesn't have good strength. He doesn't have good jumping reach. We do not know about the off-the-ball movement, but the expectation is that he is good with off-the-ball movement. He's an attacking midfielder to the left, apparently, in his best position. I don't know if I agree. We don't know about the dribbling. This is a gamble, I guess. So we will try to tight mark him, because this is all we know about him. And he will probably have low bravery too. He's 18 years old. Is there a history of injuries? Nope. So I guess we don't do that. Riz Rowlands is really slow. He has decent jumping reach, but no strength whatsoever. No good off-the-ball movement. He is dangerous from a passing perspective. Needs to be shown to the weaker foot, and we mark him tightly. Aaron Walsh. Great passing, shitty off-the-ball movement, good jumper. I remember wanting to sign him as a playmaker, and I think we need to mark him tightly. And that's it. We will also put our player on his heels. With a strength of 4, I think we can tell Gibson to man mark him. Did we go with many crosses for every? No, they are with cross less often, all of them. He should. He's instructed to cross more often anyway. Well, his crossing is better than Mr. Cake Man, so I guess that's okay. Cake Grenade it is. Sorry for butchering that. Colin Loin. He knocks the ball past the opponent. His off-the-ball movement is 1. A whopping 1 point. He's got really good marking. That's a fullback that's used in in defensive midfield. That knocks the ball past the opponent. I do not know what to make of this, other than mark him tightly and look at that composure and that passing. Close him down. With a strength of 4. With a strength of 4, a history of injury, and no bravery whatsoever. This is one to foul off the pitch, basically. So there's a secondary job for Byrne. He needs to get in there. What was his name? Lointon. He needs to get in there and get him off the pitch. That said, his tackling isn't that great, so I will not tell him to... I guess we could do it in a specific fashion. What happens if we instruct him to ease off tackles, but to tackle hard his specific man? That should come out in the middle, but he will not tackle the rest of the players hard, right? So that should be okay. If that is a thing. And then we have the defensive line. He's slow. We're willing to basically, maybe we're willing to overlap, but not on his side specifically. Is Tumulty better as a supporting or as an attacking winger? I guess it doesn't matter much. We'll see how it goes. I don't want to instruct him to do any specifics there. Yeah, passing isn't great. He needs to be closed down. That's it. Chris Owens. Good pace for a central defender. Good heading, good jumping. I don't feel we will cross much. He's a bit on the slow side, but not by much, and he's a decent central defender. The strength is a bit off. I don't think there's a specific instruction needed. He does have a weak foot though. Owen Orford, he does have a weak foot too. And he plays as a wingback. A wingback with no technical skill to speak of, other than his tackling. He's instructed to go forward, if I interpret his role correctly. That's at least support duty, more likely attacking duty. And this feels like a central defender. So this is conflicted by stays back at all times. I feel over the wings we have a chance to exhaust him too. His stamina is off. His stamina is good, but he doesn't have the pace. So over the wings should be an idea. I wouldn't necessarily say that we need to overlap on both wings, but to play down the wings, probably something like this. I feel like this is okay. All right, let's get to it. One needs to have a squad, a number. Sure, you can have the number of Mr. Cake Grenade, why not? Nah, probably not. Is there anyone else? Luke Thomas. Kirk. Kirk will not play anytime soon. Let's go. I said 30 minutes. I took too long for opposition instructions. Ryan Gibson is nervous, so we will ease the pressure on the entire team. I think that's okay. Oh, so there were several players that were nervous. We will encourage all of them that do not show the body language to be nervous. They will be encouraged. And Ryan Gibson, we will... well, we told him specifically that he shouldn't be nervous, but he still is. So I guess there's nothing we can do about that. He's a 17-year-old after all, that needs to have defensive duties right now. Okay. So if we win this match, we are in a good position. If we lose, we are not. And this is an important match in the league, within the league. This will separate us from relegation spots if we win. Adair, Martin, Tumulty, Gibson, Tumulty, and there's a cross. A bad cross at that. But I'm happy with that. That looks decent. We are in a home game. Some of the players were nervous, so we will go with encourage anyway. I might go with the band more later on. There's some positive reactions, not that many though. Owens, closed down by Yates. Oh, so close. Orford. Brian wins the ball. A good situation overall. Jones, Thomas, Rowlands, Lointon towards Cobb. Adair doesn't win that one. Martin, and he just clears the ball. Callaghan, Hughes, Thomas, Jones for a corner. How do we get there? It doesn't look like we're in control of the game right now, even though we have more possession. James, Martin, this ends up with Walsh. We do not face a shot yet. Orford, well done by Tumulty. Oh, come on. Seriously? That's not a foul. Apparently Tumulty won the ball and the other one fouled. James, we have a free kick. James hits the crossbar. That was really dangerous. Brian. Not a chance for Feldstedt. We win the corner. So with the heading, I think against them, we need to find a solution. I'm not so sure if we can score after corners that way. Well, Orford won that one. So I guess I rest my point here. That said, maybe they will surprise me. Who knows? Burn. With the corner. Not one for Jones. Thomas picks up that ball. Who's this? Gibson. That might be a yellow card. It is not. Now Brian is booked though. He's already on he's off tackled, so that's not a thing. Gibson. Gibson. Jones was there. He just didn't jump. Owens. Cobb. Way wide. Walsh. Shouldn't be a thing. Jones. Byrne. Feldstedt. Wilds. Wilds. Wilds goes past his men. Cuts a bit back, and here's Feldstedt. Feldstedt with a long ball towards Byrne. That was way offside, was it? Yes. Gibson is apprehensive. Same as Adair, he's nervous. There's no demanding more here. That worked to a degree, but it might be that we need to ease the pressure. Adair loses the ball. James. Cobb. Adair, well tackled. And that's offside. Ooh! It didn't count as offside though. Trainer with the shot. Byrne. Feldstedt. Over. If only our players would be reliable headers. Yellow card for whom? Gibson. James with yet another free kick, and that's the goal. We concede one. So I guess we gave away too many free kicks. Is there something that we can learn here for the next match? Yeah, get stuck in is on. We committed 9 fouls. I will take this off. So to avoid additional free kicks. This is a lesson for the next match, I think. So I need to post it. Seriously, this is how I do this. Red on red, fantastic. Because we gave away way too many set pieces here. I feel we should avoid that. And if that implies that we do not tackle that hard, maybe. That's okay. Byrne, Adair, Tumulty. Also, we should probably tell Gibson to ease off tackles too. Not well done by Wilds. Thomas. And it's a corner. Wilds. Well done. Can Tumulty? I don't know, apparently not. I expected a counter situation there, but nothing happened. Owens, towards Cobb. Wins the header. Seriously? Seriously? How did James do that? There's really a problem with the central defenders, yes. If we look at this, this can happen, sure. Because Kopp is a way better header than Wiles. But this shouldn't happen. There's Martin here and Feldstedt. Feldstedt gets pushed. He pushed him. So, it's a case of strength, is it? He's not even that strong. His work rate is good. I don't know how this happened. Feldstedt... Okay, Feldstedt is weak too. So I guess that makes it even. So that stuff can happen. Feldstedt should be stronger. We need a player there that's just stronger. There. Nice creativity. Not much comes of it. Burn. Great shot. Great goalkeeping. That's too late. Gibson might not make it to the second half. Wiles. Hughes wins the ball against two people. There's another yellow card, this time for Roland. Who is this? Roland. Well, that's the one in the middle, up front there. We're trying to go down the wings anyway. That worked to a degree. Orford and Hughes seem a little tired. That's all there is to it there. Who's Owens? There we go. Let's put some aggression in there. And I'm not happy with Feldstedt either. So we will definitely go with demand more on all of them, really. Really all of them. So that fires him up. If it works, that's another question. Tactically speaking, I'm not so sure if we do anything wrong. I guess James needs to be defended better, but maybe we should close down the keeper too. But this goalkeeper, he has great kicking, that's all there is to it. But this did not lose the game, did it? Wiles. Martin. Kopp. That's not a bad choice for a pass towards Thomas. Cross. Coleman with a interesting decision. And Kopp with a shot. Just over. Wilson. Tumulty wins the ball. And that's it. As much as I like Jones, I do not think he is cut out for this level. And at the age of 32, he probably never will be. Feldstedt. It's offside. Coleman, Martin, Wiles. The focus on the overlap Delays play by the lot. Let's see how this goes. Trainer. Feldstedt. Worth a ball from deep towards Gibson. That's good. Top of the net. But I feel like the creative options are a bit limited here. Let's not continue this just yet. He's not that fast. He's very fast. So, their left defensive side is our right side. Our right side is very fast. Our right side is very fast. Okay, Burn with a free kick. Let's look at this. Burn, Jones, over. If only Jones had better heading. Tumulty is not that great as a tackler, I think. Where is it? Here. Not at all. He's really weak too. But if we can get him past his marker, it's huge. He should be fine. This guy doesn't belong here anyway. Well, he's an inverted wingback if you want to put it that way. But he plays as a fullback. On the wrong foot, that is. Walsh is also tired. Walsh is the one that is faced with Gibson. Do we have anyone on the bench that's better suited to be really annoying? For... well, not really. I guess we could bring on Moody and go with a ball-winning midfielder in this area. But that would sacrifice some penetration. Why not? He's on a yellow card. Seriously. So Gary Moody comes on here. And we will put him on another role. He will be ball-winning midfielder on support duty. He will still mark the specific player. He will still do all of that. He will not dribble less, and so on and so forth. A defensive role, more or less. He's better at marking, at least. And then we will also bring the other playmaker alternative, just due to the yellow card. No other changes. I do not see us winning this game. But I want to see if there's an impact that can be made. Yeah, well, there is an impact, but not the one I was hoping for. Whilst at this point we should probably fire it up. Let's see if we can do that. Martin. Feldstedt, long ball. Nope. There's another problem that I see here. The problem that I see is that we do not press their defensive line. I think we need to press them. And given that they are not that fast, we should actually press them from the start, I guess. Rollins. Lointon. Well defended, I guess. Thomas. Another thing. Trainer. Tumulty. Just run with it, man. Do not dribble. Just run. I guess that's okay. London towards James. He wants the duel. Coleman. Wilds. Martin. Feldstedt. Feldstedt with a ball over opposition defense. Doesn't matter. It was offside. At least according to the referee. Kelly. The passing is okay. Out of defense. But we do not penetrate. Not really. Tumulty. Nice cross. Yates. Not a thing here. There's Yates. Wonderful ball. This is what we expect, yes. Tumulty. He's not in the middle though. Wilds. Kelly. Yeah, that's not a pass I expected of a playmaker. That's more like it. Yates with a hopeful effort from distance. That's well defended. Wilds again. Martin picks up the ball. Could you please... What happened? Okay. Do we still have specific instructions? Yes, they need to come off, obviously. In Moody's case, this did come off immediately. Is there anything else? They are really exhausted. We will increase the passing tempo a little bit. And be a little bit more expressive, because we did not create that many chances so far. I don't know what to do otherwise. We can go attacking. Or commit more people forward. We might concede another goal on the counter. In fact, it's very likely. But given the overall... well... just how they look. They substituted, by the way. Wilson they substituted in. We should have a look at that too. Where is it? Wilson. Zach Wilson isn't strong. He's not a good jumper. So at this point I'm going with this. He's a decent passer. We don't know about the off-the-ball movement. So I guess we try to mark him tightly, and hopefully the scouting knowledge will improve for the next match, so we can have better opposition instructions. Cobb, just over. Wow. Coleman is fired up by the backup. Yeah, we fired him up, right? Kelly, long ball towards Tumulty. This is the way we want to see it. At least one goal. At least one goal. Reliable. This is a combination that I can imagine going forward. That might happen pretty much every game. He's a good header. Tumulty's crosses, though, need to improve for this combination to be reliable. So, what do we do now? He's still anxious. Trainer, Kelly. That should be a foul. It is. Alright. 15 minutes to go. He's nervous. Roberts comes on. He's got the routine. I think that should be okay. And Alex McDowell for Wilds. Whilst Wilds is not in a worst shape right now, I think McDowell can come on, and we will put him on attack duty. And I realized that he's no good, you know, doing both. He doesn't have great crossing. Yeah, he's on cross more often, automatically on attack duty, but I want him to overlap. I want to overlap on the left, in case that appears. And maybe we can get a bit more penetration there. We need to basically find a way to create chances. You can do this. It's just one goal. Coleman, Felstead, Jones, Roberts, Tumulty. Just run forward with the ball, man. Moody, Roberts, Tumulty, Yates, Moody, Kelly, Moody again. I guess that's nice passing. Jones. Yates doesn't win the header. So overall the passing is okay. Are they instructed to take less passing risks? Yes, they do. It's just what they can do. Orford. Oh, that was close. Yates could have closed that one down. Jones, Kelly, Felstead. Felstead towards Trainer. Orford. That was a close one. Trainer. Trainer. No. Way over the goal. Cop on a yellow card. We have one last option. I will do it. Elina will be on the pitch. So I guess we cross the ball now. Sure, why not? Now we try to cross the ball, even though nobody's good at it. But Elina is a good header, so I guess we try. Yeah, he's already on cross more often instruction, so why not? Get out there, Elina. You've got 5 minutes. I don't know. Probably should have brought him on earlier. Jones. That's offside, is it? Yes. And we will go with overload. Fuck this. We might as well concede a third. Doesn't matter. We need that goal. We need 1 point. At least this is a great training exercise for the cup game. That's for sure. Felstead. That shouldn't be a thing. Elina. Yeah, it's offside. Let's encourage them. Elina wins the ball, high up on the pitch. Trainer goes past his man. Nope. Yeah, I guess that's yellow. Well deserved, 90th minute. Who cares? Four minutes to go. Cop should be offside. Apparently not. Okay. 4 minutes stoppage time. Wilson with a free kick. Martin, well defended. Come on. That settles it. We took our chances. I guess I will put all the central defenders on agility training. Like a bunch of chickens. That defending. Everybody was in the middle of the pitch and nobody followed the man. Well, I will go with berating now. Just because I can. 2 goals down is not good enough. And this will see us slide into relegation spots, by the way. And if I look at that match performance, we need to do something drastically different in the next match. This is a home game against one of the relegation candidates. Sure, we are relegation candidates too. But that's not good enough. So in the next game we will do the opposite. I guess we might turtle next game. In the cup game. Because I'm not so sure how we want to adapt the possession-based system here. And sure, we can do a similar tactic and find out if this is due to the low sample size, but I don't know. Well, I always appreciate some tactical help. It depends. I might not agree with it. That's always a thing, right? But we specifically instructed him to do stuff that goes with our own strengths and exploits their weaknesses. But let's not debate that today, if we can help it. So, game's over. Okay, maybe let me put it that way. Maybe let's keep that to yourself for today, and let's talk about it tomorrow, if you have the time. If you're around tomorrow evening, I think I will stream another one tomorrow. But for now, I'll wrap up the stream. I delayed this for too long anyway. So... this will not go well. But if you're willing to put it in 1 or 2 sentences, of course I'm willing to listen, right? So is there something that you would have changed, if you can phrase that in short? Yeah. Why not? That's I guess that's enough for today, right? Even though there were not many people around, other than you and me for some time. But I'm still happy to do that. I will probably, depending on the weather, we will probably go for a walk now. Well, how about yesterday, man? Let me look that up. Give me a second. Yesterday's match was... where is it? Time stream, there it is. Yesterday's stream, by the way, was 8 hours and 43 minutes. So, no complaints, man. Definitely not deserved. Yeah. But I will try to get in a few more of the shorter ones. Maybe 2 hours here, 2 hours there. Maybe we can have single matches in streams going forward. That would be great. Okay, so your feedback is still much appreciated though. Hopefully we can talk about the stuff tomorrow. Because there's another game against the same opponent. So there's that. In any case, have a nice rest of the day, I guess, and a good start into the week. And to everyone else watching, you know, you're welcome on Twitch too. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I think I'm excited for this, for tomorrow. Maybe we find something, right? Alright. Have a good night. Bye.